Yo, what's going on? Happy Monday. Oh, what's this? Oh, not Monday, Tuesday. I'm just got my bloody days mixed up. Boss, what's going on? Yo, how are you? How's everyone doing? My God, where's my? Oh wait, my chat's there. It's all good. Moist. Are you moist, boss? When aren't you moist? Honestly, when aren't you? How's everyone's week? Oh, actually, no, I'm pretty sure everyone's. Nah, pretty. How did you know? Oh, mate. I mean, it's just a hunch, you know. It's just a guess. How's everyone been? How's everyone's start to the working week? Or, well, actually, wait. Yeah, do you work, boss, or you? I never thought to ask you that. Oh, what's that? Stuck in my eye. All right, so I'm gonna be doing Apex ranked. My solo queue, and then if Gino wants another, wants someone else, I might join him for a little bit. I'm suppose actually I need to load up Steam. Boss, why'd you change your name color? You trying to be the same color as me? Yeah, I might. Oh well, if you want to join, you're more than welcome to. Uh, actually, what rank are you at the moment, boss? What? Why is it always say my bitrate's unstable? I just hit bronze 2. Oh, okay. Uh, it's just gonna. And actually, you know what? Oh, never mind. Jubs invited me. Oh, all good. All good. I want to go into firing range for a sec because, well, actually, I need to warm up. But there's something I need to try. Um, Something I saw on TikTok. Hello, agent. How are you? What's going on, mate? That's all you. That's we've been through this. You've always been the handsome one, there. How's your morning? What time is it for you? It's like almost 9. I'm good. What about yourself? I'm good. I'm just keen to rank, I think, but also 8:43. Yeah, so I thought it's almost 9 a.m. Um, I'm a little tired at the moment, but we push through. Got to make the game screen bigger. I will. I was just getting into firing range first. Now I need to switch to where is she? Maggie. I want to test something, and thing is I didn't exactly think. I don't think anyone really thought to do this. Where is it? Oh, there. All right, fireball. We'll do we'll do 2 drill charges. What is it? Oh yeah, no, I know. And then what else do I need? I need a nade. So gist of it is basically if you throw a nade and you wait 4 seconds, I can find where the freaking nades are, that's... Where are they? Oh, there they are. Yeah. If you throw a nade, like, a little bit in front of you, you wait 4 seconds. So, actually, I might need a few nades for this. I might need a few nades. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you gotta be quick with it. You gotta be quick. Essentially, what it's meant to do is send the ball flying. Like it actually just goes stupidly far. Okay. Okay, buddy. Oh, I know why. It's alright. Because I had it on... Yeah, I had it on Horizon before. There we go. Alright.
No one hides from my drill.
As if that knew to go up further. Piece of shit. See, hang on. Before I do anything, let me get rid of this. There we go. That's like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm determined to get this. I am determined to get this. You gonna be ranking today, Agent? 11 nades, Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say that worked. Didn't yeet it, as far as I would like, but that still worked. You're not sure, maybe? Better late than never. Alright.
Nothing kills like you.
Sweet. I gotta plug in this. There you go. I only use this while I rank. I only use it when I rank. No other time. God, I feel so rusty. Just so rusty. Actually, oh, have I got the overlay on? I haven't got the overlay on. Hang on. Wait, do I have it here? Oh, it's where my... Never mind. There we go. It's hiding it. I don't know. I feel like... Yeah, I pull the roll out in ranked if I need it. Yeah, well... That's just how I've always done ranked. I mean, there's times where I have like where I have actually, what do you call it? Like I actually have ranked with, like MK. It's really loud, actually. Like, I think it's just a confidence thing. And I've said this before. Like, I think it's always just been a confidence sort of thing. Where I feel like my aim doesn't really justify my skill level. Like how well I can actually play. But I only ever use it for ranked. I actually, if I'm playing pubs, I'm fully on what do you call it? M and K. I'm on mouse and keyboard if I'm playing on pubs. Yeah, M and K. That's what I was saying. It was a complete brain fart. Oh, you lair. Hello, Sheiky. How are you? How was... Oh, well... I don't see if I was just on Sunday. How you been? That's what I thought you meant, but I was like, I'll just... benefit of the doubt. What, do you think I'm not gonna get gold? Like... I'm almost still... Thing is, I'm 6 away from silver 1. You said no stream Monday. It's Tuesday for me. Because it's a time difference. How much up are you losing silver? 20? I think 20 is at the entry cost. Yeah, sorry. I should have clarified, Cheeky. Yeah, it's Tuesday. But for the US, like for the guys in the US, it's still Monday. So oh, that makes more sense. Yeah. Well, that's just a plus for me. Yeah, true. Oh my god. I aim. Alright. It's bolt. Alright, let's get rid of these nades.
Lobbing a frag. Chucking a frag. Lobbing a frag. Frag. Lobbing a frag. Chucking a frag. Lobbing a frag.
The fact that none of those hit that, I'm... Oh. Pleasantly surprised. Alright. Might warm up in a pub actually before I do. Or do I jump straight into ranked? It's Olympus. Or maybe I'll warm up in a team deathmatch. You're definitely hitting diamond split 1 guarantee. Yeah, I think gold is diamond. Like, I think, yeah, the goal is to try and just get to diamond. Masters, I mean, if I get to Masters, I get to Masters. It is what it is. Who's on at the moment? Junior, Scars, Boss. Yeah, alright. I'm going for diamond. Depending on my diamond games, I'll go for masters. Yeah, I think it's just all just depends on the like the lobbies.
I got a feeling that they wanna.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna mute them. Yeah, this map I don't mind. Like, Quitting wants masters. Oh, sorry. Oh, it was diamond, not masters. Okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah, right. Who let little Timmy on his dad's computer? True. True. Only time I've hit diamond was season 17, and that was when I was going for masters. Yeah. Thing is, a lot of people don't like. For good reason. Like, I understand why. Oh, there's a firing squad up there. I understand why people were like, oh, but season 17.
Not the first time.
I hit diamond legit. Yeah.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
I think a lot of people just like, they don't count season 17 as an actual season. And then I thought, wait, didn't you rat to Masters? Isn't that what you did? You ratted your way to Masters? Am I remembering that correctly? No comment.
Fire in the hole!
Oh my god. Oh, wait, they're just all going. Why are they all going? Hey. It got you a feel, yeah. That is true.
Back from our jerky break. Adrenaline only gets you so.
Charging shields.
That is very true. I mean, yeah, because season 17 was literally. Or am I thinking of a different season? No, season 17 was when Sweet ratted his way, like, all the way to. The fact that. I was averaging 9 viewers at the time. Yeah, that's still solid.
Charging shields.
That's a pretty damn solid. me just sitting in trees.
Recharge my shields. Target sealed.
Oh my god, why am I getting mad ping on? Why am I getting mad ping at the moment?
I'm back. Good at surviving.
Like, it's just bumps me up to like 200 ping, and I'm on Sydney. Wait till top 10 took fights. Yeah. Top 10 is like, especially then, it was like guaranteed LP. All you had to do, yeah. Honestly, it's first game on. I'm still a little bit like half asleep. People took it too fast. You're still better. I know. Like, took it too far. Yeah, sitting until top 5. It's a bit weird. Bit weird if I'm being honest. Is it a banner? It's a badge. I guess I gotta do this at some point. How long do I have until this goes back to normal rotation? There's no point in fighting top 10 till the upper. Yeah, no, there's like, there was literally no point, because if you went under, I think the entry cost. Oh, the entry cost was so much higher. It was like -50 in rookie. Rookie to bloody. Oh god, I don't even remember what did I get from my free packs. I got the 30/30 skin and yeah, diamond was 70. I remember that. I remember diamond was higher. No, you're right. Was that a 70 or a 75?
What do we got here then?
-75? Okay, yeah. What's going on here? Hello, Cal. How are you? What doing, Cal? Oh, thank you. How was your game? How was your ranked games yesterday? I'm good. I'm just a little. Oh well, I'm good, but a little tired at the moment. Thank you, boss. How'd your ranked games go with B and Pancake? Got you on mute. Thanks, boss. Appreciate it. Alright. Both. Games been good? won some, we lost some. What ranking now? Wait, what ranking now, Cal?
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Pancake carry. Yeah, Pancake always carries. What are you sitting there for? Yeah, Pancake's just... Pancake's on another level. Oh my god! Hold away! I'm just actually just getting shit on at the moment. There we go. You got anything planned for today, Cal? Or are you just chilling? You gaming today? I just had no ammo. Thinking about running some games? Lovely. Just chilling at the moment. Okay. Yeah, fair. Oh, they've got B. Oh, wait, they've got all... Yeah, they've got all three. You rank it today? Yes, sir. I am almost so I was 6 away from silver 1. So I'm aiming to hopefully get to gold. I think I one tap with a oh, okay, never mind, I got one tap with the G7. That's sort of message I don't want to be seeing in my chat today. Rat. Yeah, the rat. Oh my god. Go away. What do you do, you Cal? Oh, crab and an Eva? Leave the hydrate Cal. I'll do that in just a second. Hello. Oh, he has an Eva as well. Take 3 for good measure. Alright. I'm gonna go get that Eva back. Wait, he didn't pick up the crab, and he didn't pick up Eva. Hello? I like the kill cam in this mode. Yeah, I like it as well.
Better angle at Echo's location. We neutralized the zone.
I like it as well.
Recharging shields.
Have you not gone to sleep yet, Cal? Oh, it's like, what, 11 a.m.? Hello? All the LTMs have to kill cam. Yeah. All the LTMs have to kill cam now. Cal, why have you not gone to bed? Too much Tarkov? Have you just been playing Tarkov the entire time? Oh my god, you got in my way. Only till 3. Oh my god. Hitting. I don't know, right? Seems like everyone today has had issues. Like, I had issues. I know I had some issues trying to sleep last night. It seems like Cal's had some issues. I think. Oh my god. Someone else was saying that they're having issues as well trying to sleep. Yeah, well, I think, to be fair, yeah, I got woken up at like 6 a.m. The past few days we can see, but yeah, it's just, I don't even know what it is. Oh, well, I kind of know what it is. Whoa. What the? Doing so much damage that it's getting very little return for it. It's a dead slide, bro. I know my issue, Apex. It wasn't Apex for me. There was something else. Alright, I think I'm done with this for now. Getting to ranked. Actually, where is my water bottle? Give me a sec. Hang on. Oh, it's behind me. Thing is, I don't even know if I'm gonna get a game. At least on Oath. Because still have a few people like, yeah, because it's like 12, quarter past 12, and I think there'll still be like people will be at work at the moment, so I wonder if I have to maybe switch to NA. I think I might have to switch to NA. It's not going to be ideal, but won't have really much choice. America, baby, yeah. Like I'll probably easily get into a game now. Yeah, look, that 33 already. I think the other thing is going to be it's just going to be ping. Ping is going to be my only issue. Boom. I think what I might do is I think I might do this split. So I think for this split I'm gonna play mostly on controller, and then for a good portion of the next split I'm gonna do M&K rank. Because I think it should be. I think if I'm playing in pubs, if I'm playing that M&K, I should be playing my ranked games on M&K as well. Oh wait, you can't see it.
Papa would be proud of me.
There's a prime spot for me.
Wait, where are we going? Where? Bro. Trying to land us at a random spot on the map. First game on.
Weapon supply bin here.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Well, someone's been a rascal.
Actually, yeah. Oh, it was Agent. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, it's Agent was saying he was having issues sleeping as well. The heat, like, it really doesn't help the situation at the moment.
Oi, extra supplies
But
here.
yeah, the heat just makes it a lot harder to try and actually fall asleep. Brother, it's gonna be a situation. Today is gonna be a situation. And I only have 5. Gee, I only have 5 massive bullets.
Joker here.
I'm gonna have to use my. I'm gonna have to use the vault for most of this until I can find shotgun. Or unless they're hoarding it, that also could be the case.
The ring is near, but it closes
Wait.
at 10. Alice.
My prey is down.
Please tell
Listen
me.
up, fellas. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it.
Watch out, competitor is close.
Healing up. She'll be right.
Frag out.
Alright. Oh, whoa. Hello? There we go.
There goes the last one in the squad.
Care package on its way.
God, it's stealing everything. Doesn't help, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like the heat and all that sort of stuff. It just doesn't really help the situation any. Well, it doesn't make it any better.
Guardians eliminated.
Champs out of commish.
All good, Gino. Appreciate the lurk. I might actually, Gino, I might join you in a bit. Just once I get to a good point in Silver 1. Which I'm not far off. Like I think yeah, I've already told you that. Alright, let's go see where our little...
Enemy close to me.
Maybe I can
Oh!
him down.
Okay. Alright. Can you... Oh, rat.
Grab my upgrade, team people.
Healing up. She'll be right.
This battery's not helping.
Mark, right here.
Oh my god, he's trying to Kobe Bryant the freaking gas canister.
Reloading. Shields.
And I'm dead. Who did I get killed? I did kill by.
Once life is measured by those we've changed.
Wait, who did I get knocked through before? The first time then? Was it the Corsic again? Or want a teammate? Yeah, if you want to join. I'm more than welcome. I'm just on NA, Cal. Because I couldn't, yeah, because I couldn't get games in, yeah, because I couldn't get games in OS. Oh, jeez, Cal.
Round 2. Beginning.
No, it's okay. Alright, all good.
Already inside the ring,
I need to test my ping.
Why, you're the king.
Replicator being delivered.
Wait, test it how?
Here comes the
Oh,
replicator.
see how well it goes on other servers. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm on Oregon. On Oregano. I usually actually play on what is he? Jeez, duffel clusters. I'm usually play on Dallas, but it's not as good team as what it used to be. I don't know why this guy doesn't try and... Actually, wait, where's the nearest crafter? Dallas is pretty active right now. Yeah, it usually is. That's why if I was playing NA, Dallas would actually be my first, and then Oregon would be my backup. It just shows your profile picture for Twitch. Yeah. What about it? Oh wait, you got. Are you on mobile or are you on PC at the moment, Agent? It's a yeah.
Looky here, lad.
Bro. Bruh. I got a treasure pack. Are you on Callies? Oh, you're in a game at the moment. Yeah, it is a 7TV thing. It is a block. God, I can't even see. Yeah, it is a 7TV thing. I don't even know, to be fair, Shiki. Like, I actually thought it was my music, and then I was like, wait, I don't have anything that sounds remotely close to that. Bro, 1 RP. I needed a top 10. And we would have been golden. I would have been silver 1 already. Oh well, we go again. Or Winterfell. Yeah. Same thing, just different name. Winter heat, Winterfest sounds heat though. It does sound pretty good though. But it just literally means the exact same thing. Oh, we got a rookie on our team.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
Who's our rookie?
Sorry, kapatid. Gotta have my stats.
Oh, it's our Valk.
Sorry, kapatid.
Echo's the jump master.
Oh.
Well, I am, but Echo likes to think he is.
You will achieve greatness,
Varsity play for the deck.
just not in victory.
Cruising over there to check out the loot spot. I'm calling the ball. Let's land over there. Did I say that out loud? Never mind.
May, let's go there.
Copy.
Oh, we got a few. Wait, have we got teams come with us? Rookie means I haven't been ranking. Yeah.
Near me.
Send a touchdown near me.
It's like my gun, but civilized.
Fire.
So, prettier and colder.
Oh God, what is our teammate?
Firing. Cracked a bogey shield. I can use some help here. Cover me later. Look out, grenade.
Shield.
1 minute. Listen up, I'm getting shot.
It'll work? Alright, too easy. Well. How much are we gonna get now? 21 RP. Land with one team and contest them. I promise to carry. All good. I will be in my... Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll carry. I'll carry. Hi, I'm bronze. Carry me. Yeah, I'm in my live channel, Cal. I think you should be able to talk in it now because I think I fixed it. If not, no. Okay.
Only the best for my friends.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's good.
Not all bad.
Hey, good. How are you?
Music and blood sports.
Oh. Too easy.
Introducing your champion.
Get ready. I'm coming for you.
Too... Alright, you should be able to hear him now.
Copy, Roger. Can you hear? Copy, over, copy.
Let's land here. Okay. Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, I think it's coming through.
Nice. We got gats and cats.
Gats and cats.
Gats and cats. You got any friends?
Doesn't look like it, actually.
We all there to go.
Shotgun
Top
bolt
four.
here. Level 4. Backpack here. Level 1.
What do you run this season?
Level 2.
Round 1.
I don't know. I've been
Beginning ring
running. I think I've been running mostly Flatty
We're
and
already in
Vault.
the next ring. Good.
Okay.
More
Yep.
time to loot.
I like it. Flatty Vault. Yeah, I like the Flatty. Did they do something to it?
People think that they didn't, but apparently I don't even know. I think it must have stayed the same, but they changed. I know they changed the R9, but they didn't say anything about changing anything to the Flatty.
Yeah.
Mama's got a brand new bag.
So I want a shotgun on hyping server, probably not. Probably not.
Actually, you know what? It'd probably wise if you just sort of run a massive.
Yeah, it gets scary out there.
Hello, Horizon.
Mummyhorizon. Oh, you had a gold bolt
Warning.
I did, yeah.
though.
Good, we're inside. Hold on. Skull piercer. Need to recharge my shields.
Got my upgrade. Time to use it.
Cool. So let's see where there's people.
Moving tackle for a better angle.
Oh, fine. I don't know where. There are people over here. Should we search over there? Maybe by the town.
Oh, near Oasis?
I picked up the enemy center. Marked him on your map.
Yeah, they're gonna fight right now. I'll wait for you guys.
delivering
We'll roll in.
Let's check out that way. Heads up. Care package coming in. Jump drive activated.
That race won their Echo. That's my king and my goat. Woo 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 woo. Thank you.
Let's get them gats and cats.
Let's get him.
Team.
Pretty sure we're not alone here. Hostile right here.
Opening fire.
Enemy shooter.
Slow. Nice.
Enemy down.
New kill leader.
One more way. Left taking Zep. Probably gonna leave. Yeah, let's go.
Hostile
David.
spotted.
Reloading. Reloading. Killed an enemy.
They're probably dips because they're gonna go and try and res them later.
Yeah, they're probably getting chased by the other team, to be honest. Well, there was another team here. I don't know if
Games
they
have
won
been
the fight.
good. I think. Well, this is only like my second or third ranked game, or no. This is yeah. Sorry, this is the third ranked
Oh, the
game.
other team's still on the top of the other building.
I
like,
literally-
rampart wall.
Hostile spotted.
I literally got to. I had
Big
6
one,
RP left to
Silly
get for
sausage.
silver 1,
You're rolling off to the solo.
and I got. I was just trying to follow. I wasn't sure where Lobo was going.
No, good of it. Checking. Alright, to come along.
Yeah,
seems
and I was
to
1 RP
bring it back up as
away,
well.
and
So
then
everyone just split when we turned up.
our teammate for the next game decided to hot drop and then made me lose 20 RP. So essentially kind of back at square one. That's alright. We're gonna get gold by the end of this stream.
How do you feel
Hopefully.
about the shield changes? Played a bit now.
It's only just a little bit to get used to, but I can kind of understand why they changed it. I just don't like, the thing I don't like is the replicators. I don't like that you can only do like 1 item.
Hostile over there.
You run repeater, are you?
Reloading.
Yeah. Hope people would. Sure, Peter Walt's pretty juiced up, so see how it goes.
I think it's always been juiced though, especially in recent seasons.
Yeah. 100%. When do you go posi?
I think it's 8 or
Enemy over there.
8 or 7.
Recharging
Hang
my
on.
shields.
Contact with hostile.
Oh my god.
Contact with hostile. Recharging shields.
Tricked me. The other two on the left side.
Jesus.
No, leave me alone. That's alright. Logan will get out.
New kill leader
Logan will survive.
appointed. This good for you.
Yeah, whenever you get kills, you go positive.
Yeah, no.
I wonder what we'll find over there. Replicator incoming.
Gats and cats. I knew from the start he's going to carry us. And here it is. I believe in you, Gats.
Our soul carry to get
Our
RP.
soul carry. Please! Why are you so tired? You said you were tired before. Like,
Oh,
you were
just-
tired.
Heat and a few other things.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
heat hasn't made it any easier trying to sleep some nights.
Yeah.
I think Agent was saying this. Yeah, I think Agent was saying before it was like apparently it was like 29 degrees for him at like 3 a.m.
No way.
Yeah.
That's actually sad. That's hot. What's it? What? Yeah, it wouldn't have been that hot for me.
Nah.
God.
It's usually just humid. Like humidity is always what gets you. It's always
Hell
a bit-
yeah, Gats.
Let's go.
Light ammo here.
Alright. Oh, and I'm being
Target spotted.
hit with a freaking Maggie Q. Gotta love that. Wait, drop it, drop. Yeah, land on.
Oh, no, no.
They're up.
We're already inside the next ring. Time to find a good perch.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh, he's got purple. Oh, I just couldn't reload. Oh, it's the same team. No, it's the same bang. It's the same bang from before.
it's a new team landing on us.
Oh.
Necra.
Yeah. Third time's the charm.
Time is the charm. Absolutely.
Enemies nearby.
What? They're close. Where?
Shooter.
Oh wow.
Oh, that.
Basement green.
Bro.
So sad. Ain't too bad. We'll take it.
Nah. Positive +6.
Positive +6? I got more than that. What do I get? Tell me I got more than +6, please. +38. Ding.
Let's go.
It's 2 now. Hell yeah. Goby.
All good.
BRB.
Hey. Thanks, Gina. How's your games going? Are you positive at the moment, or actually you probably can't hear me because you're streaming at the moment too.
You've got music and blood sports.
All matters. Being the last one alive.
And to fight a match by losing, that would be a drag.
Introducing your champion.
Welcome to the Apex Games, legend.
What is it name?
What was it?
Women love me, liberals fear me.
Oh. It's a very American name.
Sorry,
Yes.
Kevin. Gotta up my stats.
You're Kevin.
Enough lolling around. We dropping.
Oh my gosh, this is perfect.
And we go to estates. There's
side, I reckon.
I say when
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, land far
man.
side.
Yeah, but no, stick with this guy. Stick with him. Numbers will mean more than anything. We're gone.
here. Contacted enemy. Facing.
Where can we lose?
Oh, and I. Were we in shock? Wait.
Close your peepers, Newt. They look like blood mince and tatties.
What? Where did you?
So low. Oh man. That was not a good start.
No.
Of all time. Something for me. Where's this closest replicated to me?
Oh, it doesn't even show on the map actually. Oh, I think it has
Like
to.
a little purple thing.
Yeah, no, I think what happens is I think once our banners run out, that's when the replicator locations show up on the map. I wouldn't even bother trying to get us.
Yeah, I'm inside the next ring.
Too dangerous. Too risky.
They might be watching.
Yeah. You guys go to the game.
Too many crack gamers on.
Yeah, nice try. Such a rough drop. Like there was no gun on the outside bins at all.
No.
I think was there one in the middle? Did you get a gun?
I got a Mozam.
Yeah, just nothing. Oh, so sad. That's alright. I'll play a bit of Conduit.
Bit of Conduit.
Bit of Conduit. Just for fun. What's Vantage's like perks on a shield?
So she can either her blues either she can access ring consoles or ultimate accelerants give her 2+ bullets, and then
Ooh, 2+ bullets.
yeah, I think her purple is one can give her like I think her tack refreshes. No, her alt refreshes the tack. And
Yep.
I think you can double jump.
Only a screen away if you need me.
I think there's the other one.
I'm living.
Yeah,
What do you typically go for? Reset?
usually go the alt XL and then the double tack. Or sorry, the tack reset.
Yep. Nice.
This is your champion.
Like a double jump sounds cool, but like, how practical is it really?
Not really that much practicality, real.
Yeah. You getting gold this stream?
I'm hoping I can. Cause I was only 6 away from silver 1, so
Yeah.
thought we had at least somewhat of a chance.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Gardens or?
How do you like get the go to start rolling this team here? Oh, there's not really a team actually.
I think we should go there.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah, Gardens is like my go-to. Like, is one of my go-tos.
Yeah, it's a good drop, hey.
Yeah.
Scanning the area.
Someone got first blood.
Disruptor.
And that someone was not me.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We have the benefit. We are inside the ring. To those who need it, there is an extended
There is a
energy
new
mag here.
kill leader.
Level 3. Careful, new kill leader.
Actually chilling. Pulled zone as well. This is a... been like a free one. Free game.
Look to your map.
Yeah, I got a few on Grow Towers and I got a team in Depot.
Yeah, nice.
R301 here. We got this ready all in.
Gotta hop up here. Turbocharger. 3030 repeater here.
We have the benefit.
Hemlock
We are
here.
inside the ring.
Sniper stock here. Level 3.
I need a backpack.
A backpack. I'll find you one.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Oh, found it.
Nice. Someone take that. You got an optic.
I've got a 3 times. Yeah, I've got
At
optics.
least to our enemy.
Nice.
Let us follow
Care
it.
package on its way.
Let's go that way.
I need an extended light mag.
Never mind.
You need a light mag.
Yeah. I would love a light mag. They fight
Alright.
each other. Like, it's kind of far.
I need
Yeah,
energy ammo.
is that the one in Grow Towers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really love fighting Grow Towers, to be honest. It's such a hard place to fight.
Half the squads are worm food.
Actually,
So what's in
let
this
me
drop? Maybe this is like the Kraber first pack kind of deal?
Imagine.
Well, it's an either A.
Someone gave that prey level 2 shields.
Optics here.
Whole
On
pack is
any nine
alive.
here.
For now.
Yeah, it's a
There's a new kill
two
leader.
blues and a
Old one's dead or
grey.
slacking off.
And a white, sorry.
Rethinking our strategy. How about moving there?
Yeah.
Come back to
Uneven
you.
harvesters here.
Yeah, good. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Just roll a clinic. We can loot this whole place. We should be like set after that.
There is a ring
And
console
people should then
here.
just start rotating for
I leveled up. Better upgrade now.
Shotgun bolt here.
I could be dead later.
Level 4.
shotgun
It'll
bolt
increase
level
fire rate
4.
for shotguns.
This upgrade's gonna make killing everyone so much easier.
Dibs.
Oh, car.
Yeah.
Enemy over there.
What's he doing? What's the broom broom doing? He's leaving.
No, that's a cool.
Better angle at Echo's location.
Oh, Billy Bear.
Nailed one, Scotty.
An opponent. They're far away.
Scared them off.
Recharging my shield.
All father, give me sight.
Oh, they come back.
I don't know what they're doing.
Someone was shooting me with a PK,
Oh, what?
but I don't know if
No,
that.
I doubt they
Extended
come
light mag
back.
here. Level 3.
One extended
I
heavy
need an
mag.
extended heavy mag. There's a shield battery here, just in
I could
case.
use that.
package incoming.
Let's see what we can get.
Extended heavy mag here. Level
Is
2.
it a juicer?
Look. A gold energy mag.
Does that help you? It helps some.
Heavy mag here. Level 1.
Competing for Deadly Bear.
Extended energy mag here. Level 4.
I could use that.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Just chilling
We are not all in
in the
ring,
best spot back
because
of
the
zone.
wind will lead us to victory. Healing my wounds.
It's actually so free. Like, I want to fight, but also I'm like,
Delivering replicator.
there's no reason to leave.
Backpack here.
Yeah,
Level 2.
Exactly.
Replicator on high.
Did you need a backpack or we got it?
Nah. I'm good.
Attention. The
Sweet.
champion has been eliminated.
A champion has fallen. It was their time.
Better angle at Echo's location.
Is that another care pack? Is that a care pack or is that a...
I don't know. Something. Definitely something.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hostile
Oh.
over there.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Wait.
Don't worry about ring fry. We're in the next ring.
What?
I'm just trying to see. He's pinging an enemy, but I'm trying to see where they are.
Oh. He's running out of here. It's off. You want some action? One's
Care
dying before the
package
ring
being
even
delivered.
closes.
Trail 2 and Scotty. Lot of
Oh,
action on
gotta...
high.
Someone gave that prey level 2 shields. Whole pack is alive. For now.
Sige?
Do we know what that care pack's gonna be?
Hostile spotted.
No.
I'm taking fire.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Prey's tagged.
that
Take
was
it down.
so
Prey's
delayed.
been hit.
Recharge.
Taking fire. Recharging my shield. Prey's tagged. Take him
That
down.
one.
Prey's been hit.
Nice.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Already in the next ring. Prey with your ult.
Yeah, there's one
Some prey
here.
there.
Replicator being delivered.
Go flying to grow
Replicator on
towers.
its way.
Kill leader appointed.
Getting shot at.
Replicator.
Taking shots here. Recharging my shield.
Recharging my shield. Don't worry about me. Rival over there. Wonder what the play is.
Yeah, they're like right on the edge of zone as well.
What's that moving around there? Maybe the hedge. Probably gonna pop out over here, I reckon.
See an
There's,
opponent over there.
they've got a yeah, they're using
Forget that.
they've got a loba.
Shop in there?
Yeah.
I've spotted an enemy. How far?
Stairs.
I'm taking fire.
Going up.
Taking a moment to
What are
recharge
they
my
doing?
shields.
No idea.
Why are they even trying to fight us? Even if they knock us, what are they gonna do?
In progress.
I feel like the
We're already inside the next ring.
Grow Tower team is probably gonna third them,
Care package on high.
possibly.
Yeah. No, I think there's two teams on the
Rival there. Way in the distance.
until the ramp.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
Prey there. Wrapped in level 3 shields. With one more on their team.
Shots fired at me. Let's explore over there.
I really want to look in this care pack though.
Taking shots here.
Hello.
Taking a miss.
Getting shot at.
Rival over there. Wonder what the play is. Recharging my shields. One sec.
Hostile over there.
Recharging shield.
Over there.
Taking rival there. Way in the distance.
I'm gonna watch it as well.
We're already inside the next ring. Good strategizing.
I want all these guys at the back just purely because I want
Here we go. Jabber time.
Replicator.
the no risk.
Blessings upon us. Our replicator
It's another
descends.
Eva
Eva
sound,
shotgun
so-
here. Taking shots here. Recharging shield. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, I might take it.
Leave in sight.
Really resin.
Firing.
Getting shot at.
Oh god.
Forget that.
Recharging shield.
Yeah, we should.
Alright, hang on, let me start the chat real quick.
Good to make stuff.
Enemy over there.
It'd be a
I
good
think we
idea
move
to go
back
there.
zone.
God favor my aim today.
Oh, there's a team back
I
here.
spotted an enemy. They're far.
It's almost better to fight them than it is to fight. How can we fight this?
Rethinking our strategy.
We
How
win
about
the
moving
spot
there?
and then we just win the game. I'm just gonna beat these guys.
Just go contest.
Yeah. They I only saw a fuse. It could be like
Yeah, down below. Yeah, no, down below. Over here.
I spotted an enemy over here. Reloading. Recharging my shield. Healing up.
now chilling.
Now we are chilling.
Yeah, I got the instance.
Throwing an Arc Star. Eyes up. I spotted an enemy over here.
I've got a. Oh, whoa.
Suck at it.
Their shields. Anti-machine amp down. Ring close and limited.
I got a lifeline.
Oh, lifeline one. Batting. Right, over here. Oh. Oh.
Better to have friends at your
That's
side
right.
than at your funeral.
Lucky.
So
Maybe I should go lifeline then.
Hmm.
Hey,
Up to
let's
you.
go.
whatever you want.
I did it for my mom.
Doesn't bother me. I was just sad. So I knocked him, and then I was like, "We're chilling." And then I look over there, and they're all standing up. I'm like, "No. This
So-
is bad." Still 80 points. What'd you get? How many points did you get?
I got 51, so I got to silver 1.
Oh, nice. Congrats on silver 1.
Might have a who the hell is this?
You
Oh,
know what I
it's
look like.
Twitchy.
Come find me.
Ah.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
Watching screens. I'm in.
Introducing your
Yeah, I
champion.
finally got silver 1. Let's go. Closer to getting to gold. Wait, whose emote is that? Powered by Pepsi or Coke? Coke, always.
Powered by Coke.
Yeah.
Jumping! Remember to keep your mouth
Pepsi
closed.
gun.
Ah, I can't.
Pepsi Max, I thought in particular.
No. Like, I can drink it, but it's not my first go-to.
See what he
Oh, yeah. Oh my god. I gotta.
It's like
I gotta.
Right outside.
But simple. Get energy back here. Level 3.
Like Connor. Just keep moving it. There's a lot of people around.
Ring countdown.
We're getting ripped, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what our. Hey, oh. Oh, he's flesh.
That's another squad
Oh,
shooting at us.
okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh,
No.
Champion of that. Champion of what?
oh no.
5 seconds until the ring closes. Grenade.
Oh, that was my bad.
I'm gonna just try and get
Salvage our teammate's banner.
banners and.
Yeah.
30 seconds and
Am I
we're
getting-
almost to
oh.
the ring echo.
This one close.
Head low ground. I would say.
Oh, they're just gonna fire, actually.
Oh. Oh, okay, never mind.
I'd say try better.
That's right. That would have been so funny if you climbed over the edge and jumped off the map. It's like a final farewell.
That goodbye,
Bye.
cruel world.
Goodbye. How did I go +5? Nice.
Probably because of me.
Probably because of you.
Because I think because the KP, I think the KP. What's the one I'm trying to think of? It's not coming to mind. It's like if someone gets a kill, it's like points across the board.
You like shared KP?
Share KP. That's what I'm trying to think of. Yeah.
Yeah. I see. Nice.
Oh.
So if you get 1 kill, you go positive. Is that real?
Yeah. Like especially in lower lobby, lower elo.
Nice. How are you, Mummy Horizon?
Hang on. Hang on.
Humans are the only animal that can blush? But what's the point?
Alright. Right now. You should be able to now.
This is your champion.
I'm not muted. Alright.
A late drop for you.
Oh no, you
Late
can,
drop.
it's all good.
That's really good. Yeah, but let's just go. Could be
Let's
busy.
land there.
I really like
Unless
this
anyone
one.
has thoughts on our first play.
Oh, there's a lot of people. This is drop you to
Remember to keep your mouth closed for
so many people. See, these guys, what are these doing? They're going over. We're going over.
Enemy spawn should go there.
Yeah, I gotta drop. Yeah, drop it down. Drop it down. I have no guns. Oh my god.
Next ring's far.
Please. Got one.
Mark.
Nice. On the drop.
Oh my god. The ping is insane.
Healing.
Nice.
Reloading.
I'm gonna put
Throwing thermite.
Rings far. My prey is
Oh,
down.
nice. They're dead, they're dead, they're dead.
Hello,
Yeah.
Rated.
I'm gonna loot downstairs.
How are you, Rated?
Recharging my shield. Contact. Zipline here. Oscar Mike. I'm spotted. I'll start out. Let's move here.
Games are going not too bad, honestly. But positive. I think I'm
New kill
just
leader.
at the edge of Silver 1.
Staying taller will make them easier to spot.
So I think if we get a few good, if we get a few good games, should be in gold.
If you see extra help, let me know.
How's your ranked games been going?
Watch out. Competitors close.
Oh, that is a grenade. Oh, there's one there. Drop. Yeah, it's drop.
We're resing outside too. That's crazy, mate.
Probably got the Mirage.
Charging shield.
Gold 4, let's go.
Care
But,
package
cheese are unfortunate, but yeah.
Just watch your backs.
I haven't really, had a few questionable teammates.
There's an opponent by me.
Or people I've played against, I should say.
Energy ammo here. Light ammo here.
Is that what it's rated up there?
It is rated arcade.
King of OCE, I believe they call it.
Yeah, that's very true. Undisputed king.
Undisputed king. Super close.
You don't. There's an opponent by me.
Right, I mean.
Recharging shield.
Wrap around. Oh, behind! Yeah, I'm gonna try and block the door. Yeah, you got one on me. Go.
Down to target.
Oh!
You dead yet?
The suspense is boring me.
They really wanted to finish it for some reason. Like they were
I know. No. They were determined.
Boy gang, boy gang, boy gang. You boy gang. You boy gang or go gang?
Don't come in. Fine. Boy gang.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. He's a smart man. Okay. Very smart man. Oh, you can go right here. Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
I need to heal.
Yeah. I don't want to fight him.
Watch my back.
Such a slow landing.
Let's reposition there.
Actually, wait, I'm gonna get rid of this R9.
Yes. Hey, I've got an evac out.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
Do you need any meds?
No, I think that should be right. Are you at work at the moment, Rated, or?
Enemy over there.
Oh no. No.
Punch me in. Game crashed out of nowhere, dude. My game has not crashed yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
I think, yeah.
Room's far.
Save me.
Off the mic.
I'm running back in.
She's trying to pull you. Yeah, Mummy Horizon's trying to punch you in.
Replicator incoming. Could have used one of those growing up.
Please.
Healing.
Victory.
Watch my back. It's not helping. Die when I don't need.
I'm back.
Sweet. I tried to play Helldivers earlier, but the servers were constantly full.
Someone close?
Enemy close to me. Maybe I can sneak a peek at their gear. Healing.
Let's have a look. Where about? Oh, yeah. I see him.
I'm going that way. Come on second thought,
And
scrap that.
Yeah, they full squad blues.
Oh no, the guys.
We lost
Wait,
one.
what?
The weak and the wounded
yeah.
always go first.
Yeah, come this way.
No judgment.
Yeah.
Took down some threats. Another level means another upgrade means survival.
You know.
Yeah. You can get it.
Picked an
Craft
upgrade.
the banners.
Good work.
Oh no.
50% of the teams are down. Our odds keep getting better.
You're all good. You're all good. I'll switch. I think I'm gonna switch channels after this.
So I'm just gonna go, is that alright?
Yeah, go.
And healing up.
Because, like, I don't have any meds.
No, you're all good. You're all good. You're all good.
Got 3 Ringies.
We're outside of the ring and it's moving. Elise.
Run, Forrest, run! Yeah. There's like snipers everywhere out there. Gross. I should be right across.
Yeah, you should be fine to craft. I think. Who did I die to? Oh, it was the
It's dumb.
it was a lifeline. Oh, so I did knock the. I got domed. Yeah, I think Did you get hit by the horizon? Not the horizon. Did you get hit by the lifeline?
Me?
No, no. Mummy Horizon. Oh, go for the longbow and a light. Yeah. Wait, where is the nearest one? Oh, it's in gardens. Oh, no, there's one.
One here, but doesn't it turn instantly to ring 3 and ring 2 now?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but there is
I
a.
think that's ring 3.
No, no. So the one to your far right. You see the one just above the gardens?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
True.
there's that one there.
Attention. Delivery replicator.
Replicator
We should
coming
have
out.
enough time. We would have enough time to respawn and then get into zone then.
If I can get to it in time. I think I got a minute. Let's see how we go.
True.
Sting! I leveled up! But I know the perfect upgrade to go with it. Conduit's got a brand new upgrade. Hear all about it on my podcast.
Please let me res. Surely. Oh, there's people here.
Rival over there.
No! So close! That's so sad. I could find one maybe.
Find a Moby.
Yeah. That's an excellent bet.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Just like I planned.
They might get further, I think. Or no, there's a target. Yeah.
My best fan, my biggest
Oh
fan.
wait, there's another team inside. Teams.
Oh, right here too.
Oh my god. And that's another. Actually, you know what? That might be the same team from before. They might have just taken the ring.
Beginning ring countdown.
I can't actually hear you, Horizon, in game. So instantly knocked. Oh my god, he's just better. He's just better. No, that's the team. Well, you know what? Oh, so good time for talking. Oh, okay. Well, at least you got revenge on the team that killed us.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, I can't shield swap on this high ping. Like I kept like half box shield, like couldn't like, yeah, so delayed.
It is a pain.
It's a bloody pain.
All right. Let me just.
Hello. There we go.
There we go.
Did you clutch up at the end there? Jeez.
I died. We
Yeah.
came fourth.
We'll just...
Still got KP, nonetheless.
That's true. Nah, it was an quince. For sure. I wanted to win though.
Would have been good to get a dub.
Yeah.
Yeah, real game. Yeah.
It's true.
Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger. Just make sure you know why. Sacrifice for what's worth it.
There we go. For us, everything wanted to kill me. This will be relaxing.
This is your champion.
As Jumpmaster, I promise to find us a good place to kill everyone.
Alright. Where are we going to go?
Up to you, sir.
Let's touch down here.
Baby, go ahead.
Do it.
Yeah?
May your
Yes, yes,
bullets
yes.
hit their marks, and not me. Okay.
Oh, they might be going. They're going. Yeah, I think they're going Power Grid. I think one's going Fight Night.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. They're like 2 towers, whether that's for fat nerf to loot.
Oh, Row Towers or?
No, the one next door to us.
Oh, Oasis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Backpack here. Level
I got
2.
P20 and a bag.
Huge.
We've got a minute till the ring closes.
Absolutely.
Time to pull up
right.
stakes.
P20 in the dream.
P20
Attention.
stream. I actually
First blood.
the other day we
First blood. That's
we
one
did a
way to
game where
find
we
out
all
you're the
said
prey.
P20s and monograms, so it was
Ring
really
closes in 45 seconds.
fun. And we won.
That'd be fun. Got the dub. Huge.
Yeah.
Massive.
Backpack here. Level 3. Backpack here. You're only as good as your gear. And skill.
Appreciated. Ring closing in 10, and it's just a shot away.
Got extra supplies here. Arm up.
I leveled up. Better upgrade now. I could be dead later. Got my upgrade. Time to use it.
Close range. Always better than iron sights. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Looks interesting. Oh, that's mine.
Oh, I did the wrong upgrade.
Oh no.
Oh, you did the wrong upgrade.
That's alright.
I was telling you to shut up. It's my garage.
Shut up, Echo.
I'm crafting something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know, shut up.
Attention.
I need a shotgun
Care
full.
package.
Oh man.
I need a hop up.
How many lines did I set?
Care package incoming. Let's get to the
Backpack here. Level 2.
I don't actually remember. I don't know why I've set them, which is probably a bad thing.
Yeah, you probably gotta. You know, you can put a little
Yo,
thing
what's up,
tag on them.
Fresh?
That's way too organized. That's
How are you?
next level
Long time no
organization.
speak. How you been?
I should do that.
I'm gonna go say hi to this.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Yep. I'm rolling in.
I've been good. I've been pretty busy actually.
Hi.
Does he that one, by the way?
Work's been been pretty busy with work in the last couple of months, so kind of that's been keeping me occupied for a good while.
No, I don't know
What else is new? What's new with you?
Let's get him.
So he's playing Horizon that I picked the wrong.
An opponent. They're far away.
I
Oh.
didn't know this.
You might have to snipe the guy in the back here.
Drag out. Tingnan mo. Enemy shield
Take
broken.
80, it's cracked. One's like out by this box.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy star. Throwing arc star. Drag out. Tingnan mo. Arc star out. Drag out.
Oh.
Tingnan mo.
Nice.
There's one.
Yeah, there's one there. What's your what's your left horizon?
Reloading.
One just ran along bridge.
One inside. Okay, so there's a bloodhound that's shooting on the door. Yeah, and then there's
Oh yeah.
Lober as well.
Yeah.
Shooting at us.
No, he's in that corner. You take
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Healing. Watch my back.
Let them dig that.
Recharging shield.
Recharging my shield.
Three
Don't worry about me.
There's a new kill leader.
well, I didn't play Apex for a year and a half. Jeez.
Come on in, guys.
I just re-downloaded it, so it still makes me rage. I feel like this season, though, in terms of MMR. Oh, what? No idea. Oh, someone's just Nemi. Play my shield. Play my shield. Oh, they got an Eva.
Are you getting shot up by someone else?
No.
Enemy here. Not today, Kapatid. You've got people depending on you.
Yeah, I feel like this season's a little better than it has been the last previous seasons. You know?
I've never heard that being a bad thing before.
True.
But hopefully you're doing well though, Fresh. It's good to see you.
Do you roll these days, Echo? Yes.
Ranked, yes. Pubs, no.
Okay. Ah, I see. Interesting. Good move.
I think I still have a little bit of a confidence issue just trying to play ranked on M&K. Like some games I will, some games I won't. It just depends on what mood I'm actually in.
Will something.
Come on, guys, you gotta step it up. You got it. Oh, okay. Cheeky's telling us we gotta step it up.
Oh, we'll step it up. Step it up, alright.
Hello, Bob.
Experimentation.
How's it going?
And a wee cup of tea.
Getting shot at? Sounds fun.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. You know, it should be fall master. Falling's most of it.
Where should we go?
I don't know.
Well, I don't want to land there. I don't want to land here.
Let's land there. Here's a good
I
spot
think
to
we'll go.
touch down.
Yeah, I think we'll go here.
Land here. Unless you don't want to survive.
Let's do it again.
This must be what a bullet feels like.
Games are going good. We're positive at the moment, so I mean, that's it. That's always. Yeah. It's all that matters is as long as we're positive. Oh my god. I have no. I have no gun. I have no gun.
Oh, okay, and then so it just came out of nowhere. So. Wait, did Kelly?
Bro, I did.
1 minute and the ring's a stone's
Oh,
throw. Even if you feel
Wait.
like a baby.
I'm just gonna dip and then I'm gonna
Just
craft
like
you.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip and craft. I think. Oh, they might be on me.
Oh, piss off, Bob. Don't do it.
Jeez. Oh, hello. Oh,
Wait, is that Kelly's?
I actually don't know.
Dude, I DC'd, man. What the
Yeah,
hell?
you're currently floating on the floor
Oh my god.
in the middle of nowhere.
Wait, what? How
Yeah.
are you there?
Oh, hello, Callie. Didn't see you
Howdy
there.
doody. How am I there? I'm so confused.
I have no idea.
Oh, that's... No,
Recharge my shield.
I landed an Arcstar on the lifeline, picked up a Mastiff and DC, like, oh.
That is
So sad.
That is
I
actually.
tried to help you and I got bamboozled because you were just standing still.
I'm already in the next
And
ring.
then I was like,
Who
wait,
else
what?
is here?
What's going on? And then I just got dived to the back by their third pulling up.
Oh, so sad.
Oh, I got a team there.
That's alright. Echo clutches these up.
Yeah, now I'm gonna try
You
and.
could just get yourself.
Replicator over there.
I don't even-
Stock up all you can.
I'm dead. Oh wait, no wait.
Phase drive, you can go all
I know
the way
what the
to
conduit is.
Care package being delivered.
Tell us, is your voice went all like laggy and shit too in Discord?
Yeah, I guess so, but like I went and checked all of my internet. The internet was good and like working. I don't know why it happened. I'm not sure, to be honest.
I have.
But yeah, it certainly was an
of,
internet thing.
New kill leader
Of some
appointed.
sort. Does my voice sound robotic?
Nah,
No,
nah,
it's
you
fine
you're
now,
good
because
now.
it
You're
was-
good now.
And you do things like, oh, I need to see it really robotic.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus, there's a team here as well.
That's
I mean,
alright. The
It's
nerds.
closing, but you could link it out to hydroponics if you wanted to.
Oh, there's a guy right there to the right, next to the crafter.
Just trying to figure out where else to get you.
Dude, hit the car and just yeet to hydroponics.
Yeah, I'll have to. I
That's,
think
that's actually the play.
I'm gonna have to.
We'll cover more ground in that
Do it.
trident.
I'm gonna have
Hell
to.
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm just giggling at what Bob said.
Wait, what the hell, Bob? I'm not downloading it right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Alright.
I paused it now, he
I
says.
paused it so we can game.
I paused it after the second crash. Should be good now.
Well, the first crash was the game crashing, but then this was a new internet, like a new issue of the internet crash. I don't know what's going on.
Want to ride shotgun?
Oh, it's
No,
orange.
you do not get an actual shotgun. They're hitting me.
Oh, vroom, vroom. Hit everything in the way.
Gotta get some fresh air.
How did you-
Hello, Bob.
Salvaged our teammate's banner. Salvaged our teammate's banner.
Alright, so it is the ultimate strategy of all time. Echo.
Clutching.
I'm out of nowhere. To the right one.
Don't say that.
Oh no. I see the guy with the Kramer front.
Champions no longer part of the data build actions. Back from a weekend. I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. You're short.
What? Why? Hello, by the way, Laggy. Oh god. Right. Gotta.
Nick is sitting right there.
Oh, you're joking.
I don't got the sand zone anymore.
Round 2.
Healing. I need a wee bit of health.
You need health?
Yes.
No.
Please.
Oh, you do?
Uh,
I got some.
I mean, no, but
Attention. Delivering replicator.
I'm healing up. Thanks.
how?
It makes the game so blurry.
Like motion blur or?
No, like blurry, the graphics.
Oh. Oh, I'm being.
Come back.
I can't. Oh, I can't. I was like. Got one here.
Right.
And you got another one right here.
Maybe just sitting right
Too cracked.
70.
You got this.
Oh my god.
I think it's still 3 up.
Oh, that was another.
No worries, Bob. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Bob. You suck.
I sent you in front of us too, if you want to accept that.
Yeah, I saw that. Is that
yeah.
wait? Is this an old account or?
No, this is my main. This is my PC account. That if you want to check my banner, right after you accept it, it's my main.
No.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
Not bad. Oh my god. What do you call Mysterious Maggie? Raggy.
Time to put some lead down range.
Oh my god.
Am I supposed to say more stuff?
Go with that, brother.
Dorina, Valentina, Coffee, Divina. Oh, it's my turn.
This is
Oh,
your
that was
champion.
super flex. 5,000. I'm so excited because I'm almost at 10,000.
On 10,000 on Horizon.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's 3 seasons now. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
gaha,
amazing,
and
but
bring it on.
Also, I don't say it. Bitch doing
I thought no one would get it. It took me a second to get it.
Oh, I get it now. I had to read it.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
Solid copy.
Here we go. Ready up.
Here we go.
Let's do this.
Wow. Free loot for everyone. And then we'll see.
We'll see.
Optics here. Close range. Highlights your enemies. Rings far, ladies. Oscar Mike.
I'm carrying feet.
The ring's closing in 1. We're not very close. Master here.
Golden Master.
Yeah. Plan on
45
taking the
seconds. Rings far.
Stand to PK. I hate the master, but it's
Uh,
hard. If that is what you choose.
but it's golden.
I know. It did pay me slightly to not pick it up.
Echo picked a sweet angle. Moving.
Got an
PK it
extended
is.
energy mag here. Level 3.
I'm gonna dip up top here real quick.
I think we've got people at I can hear people at base driver.
Honed in on our prey. They're marked on your map.
Yeah. Go to yeah. I could hear
10
the
seconds. The ring's close.
portal thing.
Alright, I got gold now.
I put too much effort into these silly puns. It's a thought that counts, cheeky. Gotta remember that.
Moment here. Level 3.
It's always the thought that counts.
We're a bit scattered. Check your map. I need an extended heavy mag. I need an extended heavy magazine.
No. I need some.
you're both running. We're all running heavy weapons.
Platforms.
No. Me.
I was going to say I thought I heard someone
Got an extended energy
someone
mag
dropping
here.
on us.
Level 2.
I loaded into a game
Got some
yesterday
extra
with some
supplies here.
randoms, and as soon as
You're
I loaded
welcome.
in, the guy goes, like, just typed straight away, find me a PK and a flatline. And I was like, dude, that's unlucky because that's my preferred choice, but
Damn. Hungry for it.
Very demanding though as well.
yeah, it was like as soon as we loaded in, I was like,
there.
Yes, master.
aye, Captain.
Aye.
Extended light magazine here. Level 2. Ammo up.
That's mine.
I'm ready to go.
I'm pretty much ready.
Do you also need one
I
of
need a
these?
shotgun bolt.
Oh my god.
Got to the next level. What
Got an
upgrade should I
extended
take,
energy
Echo?
mag here. Level 4.
I've grabbed my upgrade, team people. New kill leader. Good.
Oh, God,
Standing taller will
energy
make
mag.
it easier to spot.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
What's at the back here?
I say we move
Yeah, I think
there.
there's I think there's seems fighting a base driver.
Yeah. Let's go say like a little hello. Well, sweet good morning. Someone right here.
Contact with target.
Swear, so
Probably say at least like
actually on that box.
gold 4. Like gold 4 through to maybe gold 3. What's the time now? It's 10 to 2. Like if I can get a good solid way through gold 4, then I would have probably considered that my
I think that was
consider that a W.
The Wi-Fi just head glitchy right here. Where's the
Firing. Reloading.
Jesus, it cannot aim.
Why are they running? Come back.
Why are you running?
Why are you already?
Oh, they're inside here.
Roger.
Getting shot at.
Guys are back.
Void running.
Oh yeah, one's got a one's got disruptor.
Reloading.
Recharging shields.
Roof. Oh, she's
Hostile, right here.
still lit up.
Need to recharge.
Yeah,
fire.
Oh, my daughter is dead sliding.
Octane's coming, Octane's
Yeah, I hear it, Octane. Oh, you Octane's first.
behind, right here.
Yeah.
I cracked the air.
Oh, what?
That's
Oh. Yeah, they. Yeah, they're all pushing now.
Not a chance.
Yeah, Octane looked a little
NT.
confused.
Like all three of them got so low at different times, or like we never got the knocks. Parley was so low, then Ash was so low, then Octane. So
No.
close.
I should have had that Octane, no.
Are you gonna
Um,
stick to right? I don't know if I conjure it if you stick to right.
I'll play a couple more. Couple more. Yeah, true. We can't craft banners with that comp, can we?
No, you can't do it without a support legend.
True. Oh, I can play it, actually. How far off 10k are you on Horizon?
Not far, but I was gonna do it on stream tomorrow.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, supports are a must.
What's what?
Oh, it's just saying supports are a must. Like they're like
Yeah, I didn't
you need them.
realize. Oh, I feel bad. I will accept it. I'm sorry. We just went to a game. I'm not ignoring it.
Wow.
I think I'm like 12 kills off 10k.
How many?
12.
Too pretty close. It's not
Yeah.
too far.
So close.
I was just saving it for tomorrow, so that I can have hopefully people protecting me, so I can do a finisher on the last person on the.
That's my happy place.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Finish it for the 10k.
Yeah.
At least I am.
25k kills on raid.
Hit that last night, actually.
Wait, really?
Hallelujah. Yeah.
Jeez.
Doing those rank games.
As Jump Master, I promise to find us a good place to kill everyone.
Absolutely massive.
This is the exciting part. Well,
I'm just
it
not
always.
living some routine challenge, so I can't be jump monster.
Copy that. I can't be jump master because I'm scared of heights.
Echo's the
And he
Jump
comes on
Master.
streaming, so he should
Well,
be able to
I am, but
Great.
Echo likes
Yeah,
to be
thanks. Alright, well, I guess we're going back to where we were. Okay, never mind,
This
we're going
must
there
be what a
then.
bullet feels like. Pretty cool.
I was about to go hydroponics.
Would have been bad. It wasn't. Oh, there's 2 teams there, actually. 3 teams there.
We're going to hydroponics.
Yeah.
Already in the next ring.
Hello,
Take a break if you're
Matt.
old.
How are you? What's going on? Welcome in. How have you been, Maddie? Echo Shorts Gaming.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
What's new with
There's a new
you?
kill
How have you
leader.
been? Been a
Old
while
one's
since I've
dead
last
or
spoken to
slacking
you.
off.
Go to 3 times to swap over at 2 to 4. And a crisp high 5.
Ooh, high five.
Anime, but what have you got?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
need
pretty
one of
good.
those.
Chilling.
Gotta hop. Extended energy
I
mag
see.
here. Level 2.
I'm gonna keep this Moby, I think. No, I've been going good.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
I don't know if I want that. What else is new with you, Matt? Anything exciting? Or you just been like working? You still gymming?
You should scan the ring out the back. It might get us to blue.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's give me a sec.
Champion's dead. I assume they were good at something, just not this.
Crafting, but keeping focus.
Care package coming down. Replenish the source.
Dibs.
Get up. Go. Up, up, up. Oh, why can I not get up that?
Picked up the enemy's dead. Marked him on your map. I went up a level. Oh, I can pick an upgrade now. Cool. There's a new kill leader. Old one's dead or slacking off. Okay, picked an upgrade.
Same Matt, different
Good
day.
work,
Just
Waiting Echo.
G, just chilling at the moment. Cardio day. Oh. I haven't been going to the actually. Yeah, I haven't really been going to the gym as much as I would like.
Yeah, fine. Wait, it states it's empty.
Haven't been in a while, but
map is empty. Hello.
with the amount of like heavy lifting that and I do at work, I kind of like get a workout in itself there. But even then, still probably should try and get back into it. Do a good routine.
You still have 9
Yeah.
minutes about this thing.
Yeah, rest
isn't
of the
there?
bottle plus you work hard. Yeah, oh, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Every
I'm
day.
having to move
I was
around
actually
like
thinking about telling that it's pretty good. She was actually funny.
like moving around kegs and whatnot.
I
So
didn't even see you guys come over the hill. I'm just like chatting away, and then all of a sudden in the air, like 10 meters.
yeah,
What the
because
hell's
I'm moving
going on
kegs
here?
around and that's like
It's fun.
those in themselves like full are like 60 kilos. So
New kill leader. Wonder what the
definitely,
I see.
yeah, it's definitely
Gotta
something
blame
that's
Bob.
like I don't even know what the word is. Trying to like maintains my biceps and all that.
Maybe
Good
if-
bicep and tricep workout.
I don't want to go into
You
the
can
turbine.
scan
though.
again in turbine, but oh yeah,
Spotted an
I
enemy.
like that was
There.
a yeah.
Okay. Let's go over there.
Anything but turbine. Turbine scares me.
I hate turbine.
Yeah.
I feel like by the time you're like in the middle, there's like there's no one there. Then when you get to the middle, you're hard to get out. There's like 10 teams, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh.
I know it's I hate going through turbine because it's like you face one team, you're basically versing 4 because it's just getting shot from so many different angles.
Blows on.
No, yeah, I love it. The guy
Got an enemy
team
here.
right here.
They're healing.
Yeah,
Did the
we
one
shouldn't.
thing.
Appreciate you, Maddie.
He's landing very well.
Frag out.
Hey, all broken?
Recharging my shield. Going Arc Star. Anything you like?
There's one here.
Hostile right here.
Oh, there's another team.
That's
So,
so
yeah.
fun.
Let's say it's another team.
Broken enemy shield.
To be honest,
Recharging my shield.
Yeah, I've got evac.
Thanks so low downstairs. I can do that.
Taking fire. Recharging shield.
Oh, that's an aid. That is an aid.
Hitting me.
One knock
Recharging my
inside.
shields. 1 sec.
Just I'm not moving with this many people around now. Resident stairs. Again. This one. Thank you for the last one. Come around my door. Just trying to run. Dead. Alright, can you see?
Alright.
There goes the last one in the squad.
Hell yeah.
We've got a minute till the ring closes. Time to
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
up stage.
yeah.
On you? Where are they?
45
Yeah,
seconds
top,
until
is
the
that-
ring closes.
Wait a second. One's top room. Ray just dropped out. I don't know where the other two are. We can play roof though. Ray's phasing. Leaving. That's it.
Yeah, she's flash. Yeah, she's flash.
Rings close. 30 seconds to do up your laces. You trip, you die.
Wait. It's bang on.
So low.
10 seconds, but the ring's near.
Just ripped a bat though.
Got a shotgun.
Fire. Took down. Die when I don't heed you. I'm going to.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Recharging shield.
God, why does no one have a flatline?
I have it. I do.
Could save us a hike.
Let's go over there.
We go.
Need to recharge my shields.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
That's conduit
Watch my
subway
back.
saying.
I'm healing.
Well, I have no cells.
Beginning ring countdown.
Oh, I have cells. Some cells.
Thank you.
Some of my cells, please.
Recharging shield.
Yay. Go with that. Seeing them. Oh, what are they doing? At the time. One's flash in the middle. One moving to the left is flash.
Coming up on me.
What Discord thingy?
She's so low.
No, I've got work later on. I've got work in like, it's under 2 hours.
Target over there. Opening fire. Made a hit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't work yesterday or.
Coming up the ramp. Yeah, coming up ramp for me.
Yeah. Come over here, okay?
Yeah.
I'm opening a Phoenix kit.
Yeah, I didn't work yesterday or yesterday or Sunday. Ooh, okay, that is a charge rifle.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attack.
I walked into the fire.
Recharging my shield.
Oh.
Already
What
inside.
is going on over there? Let's see if I have it.
They
I knocked one and he failed. I mean, not knocked, sorry, just cracked. Yeah, just got scared.
sniper up top.
Yeah, it's someone with a chargy.
Phase tag. Take him down.
Getting shot at. Enemy
50.
spotted.
Oh my god.
Suck at it.
Is that a single player havoc? What is that?
Recharging my shield.
Yeah, they're down below us.
Oh,
Yeah, they're down here.
Opponent there.
they
Lucky you. Oh, did you have to work? Have you had to work the last couple of days, Matt?
Oh, they're getting pushed hard. There. Civilization on the roof. What's happening?
Is that fuse? Yeah, that fuse is cracked.
Coming in to
Yeah.
make food.
Ring close in 1 minute.
Do all the heavy lifting. Oh,
Bro, crypto.
Go
Friends,
away.
mate. Get out of here.
I think you're peeping Tom.
Go play with your Xbox. Oh,
What is that supposed to
anything will fly around me.
oh my god, this dude, the crypto. Go away.
Ring close in 30 spotted.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Praise tag.
Oh, he's
Take him down. Opening fire on our
flesh. He's flesh.
Oh,
be?
he's
He's still
phasing?
sitting in there?
Phasing.
Unfortunately, yes. I don't necessarily. Have a good rest of your day, Matt. It was good talking to you. I'm clipping that aim tomorrow. Listen, we don't talk
Right here,
about
right
it.
here. Trying to climb over there.
Have a good rest of your day, Matt. Hopefully work goes by quick.
We're gonna need to play like
Yeah.
maybe.
Just like go down the ramp and see what's happening
Yeah.
on the side. Go on right here. See him? See him? 3, 2, 1. You see this guy?
Cracked.
Yeah, he's flat. This is far too many of those.
Like loads of bats and stuff in here, boys.
Oh. Oh, I can't get it.
Yeah,
It's a
below.
ring
Go,
four.
go, 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 go.
EMP incoming.
Oh.
He's up here.
Launching to a new angle.
Yeah, one right here as well.
That hit me.
We've got a minute till the ring.
Grenade. Look
What
out.
are these guys in front of us do? They're still here.
It's okay.
Right here.
He's just low as shit.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know where he's getting.
Right here?
Squad's pouncing. Just try
I got
and
another
hide with that
vantage.
shiny tag on you.
Enemy killed. Recharging my shield. Target over there. Sec.
Coming now. In the open.
30 seconds.
I'll go fast, get the shit out of here.
Mine.
Where'd you knock that guy? Is there a box near us? Oh, right there.
Yeah, it's right.
I need that. That.
We're gonna need to play like.
Go here.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Recharging my shield.
Nah, that's pretty good. We can tell these guys on high ground.
I'm pretty sure Crypto's up here, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Crypto's up there.
Oh, is he?
Getting shot at. Taking a new angle.
Let's see where down he is.
Recharging shields.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I see him.
Bag and half in the bag. Firing.
Come on. Oh, I should have had that. Got him.
Crypto's dropping out?
Another squad is here. Look alive.
Good.
Yeah.
One here.
Another hostile down. Firing. Another squad is here. And another what a plan.
Just us now.
Hey, come get high with me.
Yeah.
Right here. People here.
champion circle. Many steps to go.
Oh.
I'm annoyed I don't have a Moby in my box.
Giving nades.
I think I used them.
Should've waited.
Oh, unlucky.
Final ring closing.
NT.
That's not bad.
No, 176.
I was so fine throwing that crypto and lifeline. And then the freaking whoever it was with the charge rifle.
the low bar.
104 in my back, and then I died to zone.
Yeah, the low bar. I think I got shot by. I think I got shot by the same one. Like I got shot by the same low bar.
It annoys me that you have 61 APs packs sitting there that you haven't opened.
Yeah, me too. Open them.
It annoys me so much.
Open them. Can you open one?
Yeah, open one at least, make it an even
Come
number.
on. Come on.
Or like open 11 so it's like you've got 50 yet.
Give us a little.
Oh, gold.
Get an heirloom, yes, open one.
Oh. Another
Oh, you
chart.
didn't get to see?
I didn't get to see.
I think it's a Spitfire skin, I'm pretty sure.
I think it was a spitty
I hate it
skin.
when that happens. You have to like go through all of your shit to try and find what it was.
It's amazing to get yourself pumped up, especially polka. I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me. Relax, Galan. I got this.
Oh, the
Been
only
going
reason
over
why I knew they were
strategy
there
all
because I
day.
heard him go into his drone. Because they were being so quiet.
I know.
Because that was the, because I killed the few. But I don't know where his teammates were. And then I heard the crypto drone go out and play.
I'm the jump master. I'll pick us a good perch.
Jeez, what did I do? Blink too hard at you.
Yeah. Tough time out there. Oh, so frustrating. We just didn't have a spot. The teams both had a spot. We actually
What
just
the
didn't have a spot.
fuck is that zone?
Yeah, that's so
Right,
rough. Everyone else got covered but us.
Like, it was just that big, massive open zone. Like, where was supposed to go?
No idea.
May your bullets hit their marks, and not me.
Two teams.
Cover that.
Someone got first blood.
Where in the
Someone was not me.
Where'd they land?
one's here.
There's an enemy by me.
Across over there.
Being aimed out. That's pretty close.
Target over there.
Beginning ring countdown.
One minute. Ring's pretty close.
Oh.
Grow like a baby.
Champion eliminated.
There's a new champion. Beats as the last one got us
Crowd.
45 seconds until the ring closes.
Yeah.
If it takes you out, that's natural selection.
Thank you.
Someone right here in front of me.
Ring close in 30.
So,
Nearly there.
Yeah, I see him. He's gone under there.
Right here, close to me.
Go after him. Where's that lead to?
It leads us up to the other side.
I think he's wrapping back around.
Minus one opponent.
2-2. Lifeline and rebel. Who's that? Oh, that was cool.
Oh my god.
That's on me.
I didn't really melee, I promise.
Game. Let's do this again sometime.
They're busy. Touching each
One's
other.
right above me.
How did you even know you were there?
What's here? He was chasing me. Like, he knew I went that direction.
That.
The old sandwich off the drum.
Yeah. I'll be back in a second. Already up there.
Roger, I'm actually gonna go to the loo. BRB.
Oh, alright.
I'm gonna run a quick ad while I'm gone, just so people don't get pre-rolls.
I'm here to have fun. And win. Crazy.
Let's pick the right way and go.
Where'd that go? We're up.
Introducing your champion.
As Jumpmaster, I promise to find us a good place to kill
Truth is
everyone.
coming, and I won't be stopped.
Let's go, boys.
What's Gary doing now?
Wants cheese, because I just went and cut some cheese.
Oh.
I got a little.
May your bullets hit their marks, and not me.
Hey, you know, get a little snacky snack.
Yeah, it was great. I was actually, you guys loving it.
Yeah.
Some point in
there people near us?
Oh, there is.
I think. Yeah, I think I've got a little bit over there. Maybe I'm missing. Stumbling.
No, you're right.
Contact with hostile.
Getting shot at. Countdown. Attention.
Everything on the
Target over there.
First blood? Last blood's a thingy I care about.
Go with that.
Oh, yeah.
Goes one tag.
Yeah, 54 flash on the conduit.
Copy Roger on the copy that. Roger, copy, copy.
Thermite!
Roger, Dodger.
45 seconds until recall lift. You're getting shot at. Who's got your
I'm
hands
trying to be
like a champ?
sneaky beaky.
Stairs on roof.
Hostile right here.
Copy that.
Opponent, bomb. Enemy
53
shield
crack.
broken. Less than 30 seconds.
Oh,
That
that,
too.
Need to reach
Window.
Where we were.
yeah, there's a conduit back.
Yeah, I just got a nade in. 26 on one.
Is that your?
Stairs. It's not mine.
Go upstairs.
Ring closing in 10, and it's just a shot away.
Beating me.
Got one.
Target's shield.
Oh, really? Don't know what on top. Conduit. Conduits. Yeah, conduits on floor. Oh. Conduit's going. Conduit's up top. Conduit's up top.
Oh, pushing. Cracked. Yes. Playing shield.
Oh.
Nice crack.
It beamed her. How did you...
I only hit a 57.
Do you want me to try ice now or?
Yeah, the paint's kind of not nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, up to you.
But also,
bad.
I will blame it on anything else other than my ability. Like a true Apex gamer.
It couldn't have been me. Yeah. 100%.
Oh, I gotta restart my game.
Will we get games in OS right
now? Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe.
I said maybe. Gonna be the one that saves me.
Cause after all.
Thank you, Kellyus. I felt a bit stupid there for a second.
Alright, my Wraith itch is scratched. If anyone wants to play anything different, I
Actually,
don't mind.
Anyone wants to be host, I'm more than happy if you guys want to do that, and then just invite me. Or
sure.
Alright, let's change servers.
Where are you? There you are. Did you know if you actually click the canister on the left, it actually shows you the the event? I think it's the event, or it's
the cinematic and stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Your treasure pack. Stuff. Interesting.
Well, I'll be.
I feel like I was gonna be sweatier.
Sweatier, but they're probably gonna have
Are you gonna keep playing Wraith, or are you gonna play Conduit again, or?
I'm gonna play Conduit.
Yeah, I feel like
or Lifeline.
It might be better ping wise. Oh, it should be better ping wise.
For sure, definitely.
Oh my god. Look at the skin that I got for the Spitfire.
Oh my god, that's the squarest skin I've ever seen. Very square.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like my chili bin.
It's like your chili bin.
Bloody chili bins.
Sorry, my iski.
Chuck it in the chili bin, mate.
This will be
With the
relaxing.
spot tea, mate. Get the chili bin in. Oh, god damn it. I'm trying to be relatable. Did it work? Did it help?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, get the chili bin in. What was that?
Oh god.
Say fucking chops.
This
Fun.
is your champion.
Fish and chips. Super yum.
Yeah, it's good.
Thanks.
Echo's the jump master. Well, I am, but Echo's
It's so funny because I feel like my ex is not like that.
Another member of the Seer Squadron.
I have a,
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
apparently I have a proper PVA.
Ah.
Apparently. But
Be honest.
I don't know that name.
You knew this would end here.
This must be what a bullet feels like. Pretty cool.
That was Atlantic Kiwis.
Wait, why are you guys finding my kind? Oh, this. Oh, you.
Oh, he's actually one.
Oh,
I know you wish you knew what I know.
I don't know. I'm messing
I
around.
hope you know that it's just going to make you crazy.
Come in, come downstairs, come downstairs.
He's right here on this door.
Rival here.
They are seriously right now.
Trying to rip a med kit.
Turning one, turning one. I did this.
Inside. I think they're downstairs.
They're on the bottom left.
I'm actually quite elegant with this with the charge snipe. So,
You just know yourself.
do you? So you're saying you like using the you like using the charged rifle? You're a religious charge rifle user.
Inside of me. Why is it on empty?
I don't mind. Oh,
Yeah. Nice try. Let's go.
Amberly hit me with the 30 shots. God, the 30 is so gross. It's
I don't
so
mind
gross
it.
at the moment. Like, it's just so
30.
strong. I feel like I'm always dying to it.
Yeah.
it takes skill. It does a little bit nowadays. Won't lie. Report 30-30.
Report
So,
it.
yeah, I was gonna say so much for the nerf for it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Or even if they did, it wasn't really that much of a nerf.
Yeah, I don't know, eh? I haven't like played with it and against it enough yet to know like I should carry this game. Like last season it felt so good. I haven't really been running it.
Your safety is my first priority. Right, it's televised.
Wait, is that the skin from the event?
We will still make it beautiful.
It's like a super rare skin. You've got to be like one.
So I don't know
They've
what
got to
not
be
ready
number
is.
bred together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
But
but like,
I've got. Sorry, I was towing my
This is
face
your
down with
champion.
crackers.
you seen you've got?
Oh,
Is that from the event?
Man, I
Yeah.
defeated a lot of
I
people.
don't know what it is.
you talking about, Chris?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was talking about your one because I was like, I swear that looks like the event skin.
No, mine was from the same event as the Horizon skin that I used.
Oh yeah.
I think it was, what was his name? Jesus?
Oh, his heirloom.
Maybe? Oh, we got one here. We're now like...
Good. Bima. Oh, we beat these guys 100%. 1000%.
Wow, I have no gun.
Longbow here.
Copy that, no guns. Roger, copy, 0 guns.
He was a private here. Muppet.
You silly muppet.
I've spotted
Like 30 down the bottom.
The next
I'm
ring's
gonna zip
far.
up actually.
Anyone know a shortcut?
Yeah, probably 35. They're gonna do your rip around.
Rip around.
Oh.
Prowler SMG here.
I'll take the Prowler.
Yeah, sorry, I hate that one. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to push it up.
45 seconds and it's a long shot to the ring.
Don't. There's an opponent by me.
Oh, I want on the roof.
Recharging
it's a bit of an
shield.
awkward angle.
Don't worry about me.
Throwing an arc star.
Got the other side.
Have to wrap around.
Yo, wrap around.
Recharging my shields.
I'm recharging my shield.
Wait, one middle. This could be a good pick. Okay. Oh, not. Steal. Ready?
Frag out.
That's on me.
I got my Q in 1.
Play the shield, play the shield.
Look at the bicep, bro. At least you won't freeze
Oh,
to
so
death.
God. Thirded.
And teeth.
Yeah, oof.
That was an off. That's alright. One
No.
memento.
You're going to Horizon now, are you?
Yeah, when I feel damn bad, I gotta go to my comfort zone.
Fair enough. You need to change it up a little bit. Bloody bang.
Was Bloodhound valid this season? Or not really? I don't really know.
Wait, valid for...
Is he like good in ranked or no?
I think he's still pretty decent.
I don't know. Alright, I'll do one game.
Calls of victory.
Alright, Shiki. What, bangs?
Yeah, look who's got mug smushed into the food again. Because you can't like see any of the curls.
This is your
Like the
champion.
texture on it is like really strange.
Everyone's got a place in the games, but I've got first place.
Live. I know what the hell it is since he's not here. Shut up, make bread. Oops.
You meant to make bread.
Yeah. But it's cheaper to make your own bread than buy it. And you at least know what's in it.
True. Redemption, is it? Well, hopefully I should have something better than SMG.
I'm hoping for something real good.
Oh yeah. I'm ready to try. I got a P20, yeah.
I guess.
Someone got first blood. And that someone was not me.
Green Spark. Oscar Mike.
Ring far and closing in 1 minute. Oh, legend. There's an enemy by me. Frag out. Taking shots here. Grenade, look out.
No worries, Cheeky. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate ya.
Grenade, look out.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to go back up.
Yeah. Are you gonna go for the res?
Yeah, they might, but if we have height.
One's
they
dropped
do.
down for the res now.
Yep.
Give my shield to recharge.
Just need to go
Knocked
flying
one?
just in.
Yeah.
One coming up, with me.
Give me sight.
Shots here.
Rings moving. Hustle up.
Reloading.
Where'd he go? He jumped like.
I heard someone was here.
Reloading.
Enemy kill.
Where's that from? Oh, yeah.
Got him.
Enemy shield. Tango down.
Rising at res, I'm assuming.
No, she's
Oh, yeah.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Enemy shield broken. Reloading.
Oh, he's got up top.
I'm just gonna chase her. She's probably gonna knock me out.
I'm out of energy ammo.
Copy that.
Care package coming down. Helpful if you need gear
I'm
on
out
a
of ammo.
top-up.
Reloading. Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Healing my wounds.
I don't have any heals.
She's running.
I need shields, so I'm not
Sure.
I think one's wrapping around to me. Double shot.
No worries.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
Is he here me? Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Zach?
Enemy shield broken.
Very lit, going up.
Marking our surroundings.
We can hit that.
How are you going?
Cancel your shields.
What's going on?
Engaging.
Wait, I hear someone. Is that a... Oh,
Team wipe. Rough
let's
play
go.
for them. Amazing play for us.
Let's go.
I thought I could hear a trident or something nearby.
50% of the teams are down. Our odds keep getting better.
Alright, I'll put shields out of that. Need a bit.
Indeed, yes.
I am good.
How far from zone are we?
Marking our surroundings.
I'll take it.
Very far, actually.
The craft on the wall.
Healing up.
Let us catch them on
Like 5
aware.
minutes.
Yeah.
Crafting. Sandali lang. I'm healing up.
I'm gonna try and go for.
Keep moving down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and get into Evo Harvester.
Is that a? I don't know yet. Yeah.
Me,
Went up a level.
Oh,
I earned
yeah.
this upgrade. Got my upgrade.
Grab some upgrades.
The distance between us is vast.
I might have to go.
Focus on
Might
your
have to go
maps.
through Turbine.
Do we?
Ew.
Or we could wrap around. Oh, that's a long way round.
All father,
Yeah, it's fine.
give me sight.
Oh wait, there's teams.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Thanks for the ride.
Ow.
Alright, give me 1 sec.
There might be another.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
Right
on the left.
Way in the
Yeah.
distance.
Oh, this is so gross. We need to get him first. We need to get him
Yeah,
first.
go.
Go.
I'll fix it in a sec. I'll fix it in a sec.
Snapping shields.
Wait, do I need to pop stuff? People have been here recently too.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted. Down range.
Oh, it's cracked.
Spotted.
I do not.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Two drops on
Give
those.
my shield to recharge.
Jammer's launching. Recharging my shields. 1 second.
Let's go this way. Someone traveled through here.
Round
Give me a second.
2. Beginning
Because
ring
it's
countdown.
That's fair.
The
Got
next
4
ring's
cells.
far. Anyone know a
No,
shortcut?
that's alright.
Or secrets?
I got 3.
Ah,
So you
there we
just
go. Should be back.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Thanks, Agent.
Replicator on
I
its
have
way.
an evac. I'm just gonna throw it out here. So we can try and get up on the map.
Yep.
Let's explore over there.
Maybe we go through terminal because they're like fighting like hardcore there.
I am raising an evac tower, marking our surroundings. A least to our enemy. Let us follow it.
Oh, there's people here.
Enemy over there.
Are they in a fight?
Yeah, they're shooting.
Oh, these people are. He actually just battered is like just getting into the juiciness of it.
Yeah.
I can bang on him as well.
Throwing a thermite grenade.
Yes.
Rings
Try and
nearby.
get a
1
little
minute
bit
till
closer.
You good.
Let's explore this side.
I think. Yeah.
I bathe in the
Come on in. Old Painless is
One team
waiting.
down. Rampart's still up in the weather.
Rocked him and dropped him.
Yeah,
Ring
I'm
eight.
Amping shields.
Oh,
More. Coming up hill right now.
yeah.
I don't have scans, I can't scan it. They're on the map.
Another squad coming in. They're not friendly.
Oh, the no ray.
Getting shot at.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing shit.
Top in the chimney. Give me a sec. Recharge these shields.
Yeah, they might.
Yeah, they have. Oh, it's cracked. Yeah, no, they've conduit altered that. They've conduit altered that.
Losing my feet.
They might be getting.
I think they are getting good. I'm right
Yeah.
Watch it. Hostile near me.
We've got to move in. Yeah, right here.
Enemy here.
Yeah, one went in already.
Enemy shield broken.
No. need
One to our
nades.
right, like close. Okay,
Oh, yeah, yeah, come here, come here, come here.
Not hit any of those shots.
Replicator coming down.
Hello, Eden. How are you?
How many? This can't be a full team.
Taking a moment to
But I don't have any ammo. I'm good. I'm good.
Let's get one there.
Give me a sec.
We don't
Recharge
have
your
any
shields.
Recharge my shield. One second.
I don't have any cats.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Harry.
3-0. Rings close.
Alright, we're gonna have to split this.
I'm spotted.
Camping you up. Off the right. Spotted. Taking shots here. Here comes the jammer. Recharging my shields. One sec.
I desperately need ammo.
Yeah, we're through here on the way through, but we're just gonna move around, I think.
Okay. See.
I'm taking fire.
Giving him the chimney. It's on. Rings moving.
Please keep here if you're struggling for ammo, maybe switch out.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch out this rampage.
Recharge my shield.
Close range.
Put that.
Camping you up.
Thank you.
Walang anuman.
Balangan man.
I need to craft a cat.
Recharging my shields.
Yeah.
I'll be with you in a sec, chat. Just
These guys doing
be preoccupied. Alright, I'm bang ult. That's my ult, that's my ult.
Double timing it.
Time graces us.
Did they crack one? Oh, fuck.
In the chimney. Arc star
Hitting on the
out.
other one.
Arc star
They're
out.
resing, they're resing.
Cracked, cracked.
Broke their shields.
Oh, that- Knocked.
Cracked an enemy shield. Cracked an enemy shield.
Let's go.
This guy has some ammo. He's so low, man.
10
He's
seconds.
running, he's running, he's running.
He's just
10
ahead.
seconds. You can probably get a res.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a res. I'm gonna try and res. Stop moving, stop moving. Resin.
Rings moving. Hustle up.
Leave me. This guy's dead, this guy's dead. Lob is dead, just run.
I need you to smoke. I'm gonna
You
die.
and me now.
Alright.
Me up.
I
Squads remain.
You smoke like a
Something good this
Yeah.
time.
Smoke out.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
Give my shield a recharge.
Survived.
oh, hurts.
Give it him the chin. Spotted. We're double timing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna use this Phoenix.
Like Phoenix.
Get around.
Might be something good this time.
Thank you, Eden. I appreciate the work.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
God, that hurts.
Healing. Watch my back. Range next door. 45.
97%. Yeah. I'm gonna. Oh, as soon. Yeah. Alright. Bang holding now.
On my mark.
We're
Firing
gonna
for
get you guys
effect.
I hit one.
We need to go over there again, unless that's where they are. Nah, forget it.
Giving my shield a recharge.
10 seconds. All Father, give me sight.
Oh.
Oh, okay, dude. Right, oh. Get in here, get in here.
Giving him the chimney.
Taking a moment to recharge my shield.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't. Where? Oh.
That was a full 3 man out of one block.
Yeah.
Wait, what was it?
My girlfriend's too.
101.
Oh my god. Solid game though.
Damn, he's got still hot in one. Nice.
I think if I'm doing ranked, I'm gonna be turning off redeems. Sorry, turning off video redeems. TTS, I don't care. TTS and like trigger fires, all that sort of stuff, I don't care about that much. It's more video redeems. So, oh, actually, maybe I might turn off trigger fires. I'm definitely turning off. So yeah, from now on, starting from. I don't think, probably Friday. When am I streaming next? I was meant to stream tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to. Oh, it's Thursday. Oh, Saturday's when I play ranked next. But even then, I'm probably, yeah, I'm just going to turn off video redeems. If I'm playing ranked. But, yeah. Just... It's annoying because especially because I hear it, and if I'm playing in an intense situation like that and I've got that blasting in my ears, I can barely hear if there's got any gunshots or anything like that going off near me.
Safety first, dears. And then, of course, utter mayhem.
Time to rise and shine, mga kapatid.
Introducing your champion.
Run fast, hit fast, win fast.
Oh. This is our win. We get our revenge in the squad.
Were they the ones that killed us out of sight?
They're the ones that surround you guys in the building. So the end there. You and Echo. My little cookie.
When you see me, you'll know it's the end. Or a new beginning. It's all relatively right?
Don't say wings on any of you.
Do you guys know what that's from? It's like this couple on TikTok. And this guy goes, my cookie's looking absolutely fire tonight.
Wait,
Or
I
like,
think,
what?
yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
It's like going around and people like mocking it.
See? Oh.
Good.
Oh,
Good. Mirage.
Not bad.
Damn those. One's already down the bottom opposite side.
First blood.
Alright, I'm dropping.
Can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
Next ring's far. Wow. Engaging. Shooting shots here. Move your shields.
Like 6 HP.
Yeah, there's another one there.
Throwing a thermite grenade.
Oh, I hit one for 10.
Good push out there in a bad position. Let's see if I can help.
Ring's quite big and we're down in 45 seconds.
Oh. Those are handy.
I have one, but it's got 40 bullets in it outside, which will last like 2 seconds.
Hmm.
Alternator here. Light ammo.
Light ammo here.
Do you want the shield upgrade too?
Right, he's zipping. Yeah, on me.
Yeah. Oh, one dropped at the back.
What?
I'm down. Need a medic.
Two cracks. You can rise, you can rise, you can rise.
On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
Found an enemy.
Give him a
Taking shots here. Reload. Reload. Broke their shield. Enemy down. Last member of that.
Let's go.
Lover's used bathwater.
Got an upgrade. Moving out. Care
Nice.
package touching down. They usually carry rare platforms.
Care package over there. Care package over there.
Healing. Watch my back.
Recharging my shield. Don't worry about me.
Is that a turbine? Oh no, it's just up here.
I've spotted an enemy. They're far.
I don't even know what that's called. Oh, it's a no name.
But I'll make my way downtown.
Copy that. Do we want it? Do you guys have enough loot?
I need
I've got enough ammo
ammo.
and shit. What
I
do you
need heavy.
I'm alright.
Heavy, dropping you 60.
Heavy ammo here.
I just don't have an object, but
That's all good.
it's fine if we get our asses in there.
I can ult them out actually. I've just got ult.
I'm roll two. Yeah.
Champion
Camping got
out.
eliminated. What the heck?
No.
Oh no!
Must pay.
Dead.
Come on in.
That's
Old
my
Penis is
ult.
waiting.
Right here. Where'd you go? Alright, here.
Brother.
Taking shots here.
Oh.
Hands up.
Oh, another team, another fucking
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
We did have to go zone.
I've got evac.
Yeah, nice. Oh, they're fighting someone else.
Enemy spotted. Over there.
What's happening?
I can lift this up to root, yeah?
Let's shift our orbits that way.
Watching door. Oh.
I can't heal.
Ah. Oh, it's unlucky.
Oh, 17.
It's just third party central.
Yeah. Bummer. What do we come? 9th. Yeah. Not the worst.
How close are you to silver?
Got it.
He is silver.
Oh, he's
I'm
just a
silver.
silver. Let's go.
Hell yeah. How close are you to gold? 1 game? 2?
232.
A win?
So that's pretty much,
1
yeah.
win.
Yeah, it's pretty much 1 win.
Oh, it's free though. Let's do it.
Oh, it's my turn. Everyone forgets to look up. You lot are so terrestrial. Get ready to stitch him up.
Introducing your champion.
I make things by hand and kill things by hand. I make things by hand and kill things by hand.
Walk it off, mate.
You seem a bit dense. Between friends, dear. You always struck me a wee bit dim.
Alright, where to, Cal?
Where to land? Where would you like to land?
Walk it off, mate.
Over here.
Here's a good spot to touch down.
Jumping! Remember to keep your mouth
No!
Probably a lovely lady.
Probably a lovely lady.
Sorry, I'm just used to being bullied when I play games. So I just have to like get context.
Gotcha. Yeah. Always on alert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bob's always, yeah. Bob's always giving you a shit.
Bob bullies the shit out of me. You know the worst part is when like Dan comes into the
Rings
dance,
far.
my partner, he
Move
comes
fast,
into the
folks.
dance,
We can't afford to lose anyone.
they just jump on a bandwagon together and I'm just like, oh, sick.
Fun times,
Rings
it
closing
sounds
in
like.
1.
That's great. I'm gonna eat
'Copy that.
45 seconds. Ring ain't close. Pause for Mike,
Did
ladies.
they nerf the car?
not as much as that.
No,
I
it's
think it's just got like 1 less damage or something. But yeah, not as bad as
just in case.
the R9.
yeah, no, you can't one clip with the R9 anymore.
That's a target on their back.
Yeah, lovely.
The recoil on the R9 is crazy. I used to be just R9 PK. That's it.
Oh, I love the R9.
10 seconds.
I'll let it go.
Rings just ahead.
Neither did I, and then I like kept persisting, and I was like, nah, this is shit.
Yeah. So dumb. The R9's such a good gun. Used to be such a good gun.
So not to be pernickety here, but the ring's on the move, and we're not yet inside her. I'm crafting something underneath.
Eyes up. Crafting.
I'm looking for some AR that's better than a rampage.
So anything better than a rampage?
Optics here. Mid-range.
Everything's better than a rampage. I'll take a him off a rampage.
Prowler over Rampage? What about Flatline?
Yeah.
I need it.
Yes, darling.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ.
Optics here. Mid-range.
I'll be dropping
Backpack
a
here.
purple
Level 3.
barrel staff on it.
You're only as good as your gear. Extended heavy mag here.
Oh.
Level 4. Oh, why, thank you. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Extended energy mag here. Level 4.
You actually thinking that?
I need it.
Yes.
Kelly?
Yep. Yeah.
So I noticed that you've got heavy too, and I was like, oh wait, hold on.
Nah,
I just like, were you just showing us that you got it, and I just went through and just went, yuck.
No. I was confused about mag situation, to be honest. But it's fine. It's all good. I had a gold light on my car when I shot my R3, so I could run a heavy mag on my car.
Thinking about
Gabby Roger.
Oh my god, Gary, stop. He barks at children and old people that walk past us.
Gary.
New level means I got a new upgrade to pick. Got my upgrade, ladies.
Dog.
He's a red border collie, but he looks blonde at the moment. He hasn't fully gone into his colour yet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Half the teams are down.
Good dog.
Have to go.
Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a little shit sometimes. He's still a puppy.
What's he do?
What
naughty
what
thing?
doesn't he do, dude? I had a brand new, like, limited edition book that I was waiting for ages to read. And then I was like halfway through it, and he ripped it to shreds.
Ooh.
That's so annoying.
That is very annoying.
Holes in the backyard.
As long as you got a good
I mean, he probably did, but you just look at him and go, what is this? And he'll like, he knows it straight away.
Yeah.
And he like put his head down and went and put himself in his crate because he knew.
Yeah. They know what they're doing, but they still do it.
Yeah, he's not stupid, that's for sure. Now, there was people fighting at a stage.
Thanks.
I heard it before.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you're quite welcome. A backpack here. Level 2.
We don't need any
Ultimate
back.
accelerator here.
I am all good.
I have 3.
I have 4.
I got 4.
Yeah, Paddock.
What we signed
might come our way.
Oh,
A baddie.
what is he doing? He's just looking around. He's just bouncing up and down. Well, let's beam him on the top of his next jump. Ready?
Wait, is it a mirage decoy or is it
Wait.
Reloading.
Hello?
Huh?
Wait, was he DC'd and their teammates just put a pad on it?
Oh no, there was some
No, and it's kill leader as well.
Oh no. Wait, what? Wait, but he's the opposite. He was
What the hell?
I'm so confused.
I don't know, but it's pretty tasty to pick up.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro.
Like, I grabbed that Eva.
Wait, Echo Stream Snipers. Bloody at it again.
I know.
Bring
Yeah.
us blue.
Jeez.
Bloody relentless, aren't they?
Enemy nearby.
Yeah, they're on top.
Yeah, I hear him.
Are they on top, do you reckon?
One's right here.
Reloading.
They're resi. They're really
Yeah, I'm gonna just smoke him.
Got your back.
Oh my god.
Double timing it.
Yeah.
Double timing it.
The party's right there.
Already missed Ganesha.
I'm just ulting.
160 on Gibby.
Dropping the plane.
I got a bat.
Yeah. The other team might come.
Me?
Yeah, it was what?
Oh, I hear. Yeah, I hear him.
Oh, it's good move.
Ring ain't far.
This is a
Half
prank.
of one.
There's no between all this.
Don't forget about your smoke.
Yeah.
Beat on last. Taking a knee. Matching up.
I'm opening a Phoenix.
Not too far from ring. Got time.
So close to
We're outside of the ring and it's moving.
Oh my god.
Recharging my shield. 1 sec.
Oh.
I'm down.
Oh, there's just. He's Gibby's on my box. Gibby's on my box.
Yeah.
And there's a C there as well.
Yeah. Keep it up, bro.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Oh my god.
Replicator on its way.
Where on my jump tower?
There might be one on the box.
I think I'm. Oh, I don't know if I did have one or not.
They can't grab. Alright.
And it's
You're a lucky boy, okay. Even though he's probably dead.
True.
Goodbye, okay. Enjoy. Let's see who makes it out of this alive.
I already hear someone on me. I already hear someone on me. I already hear someone on me. Oh god, what is that name? What the hell?
I love young boys.
God damn.
God damn.
Alright. This is lovely. Everything's fine. Ooh.
Why is it? Is that floating?
It's the floating Phoenix skit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So many boxes.
Was there any crab
Right on the end zone.
Oh yeah. Go left.
That's where the team was that killed Pika.
Otherwise, there's one in Energy
Oh,
Depot.
One next to this res. Is this one down on the ground there? There's one over
might
here.
not be.
Replicator coming
Might
down.
be up that.
Oh. Shit. Oh no.
Don't look at me. Where is it? No! You dirty dogs.
Alright.
Might leg it for that camp when we get res, maybe. If we get res.
They're watching.
Not watching me yet. We gotta get one off, but good luck.
Hey, eat up. Corner.
Yeah.
Oh my god, rampart. Yeah.
Give my shield a recharge. Getting to the wall pretty rough.
What? Oh. You just wrapped around.
We can't. Devolve?
Hey, how's your...
There's no way that they get out of this. And then there's someone. Then there's someone zone camping.
You're the gold res.
You might get it. Alright. This is what we die to.
I mean, the res was a bit ambitious.
Yeah.
To be fair. But hey, we had to go for it. We had to.
It was every man for themselves sort of situation, that one.
Oh, yeah. We should have all tried to pile against the wall together, maybe. There's also a team low ground with us. Ugh.
I gotta go wait for my boyfriend up. I just realized I let him nap for like 3 hours. I'm annoyed. He's like, let's sleep tonight. I'll be back.
Oh, good.
We got this round squared away.
Solved a few of them, and there's one more to go.
This is your champion.
Hey.
I love you guys.
I think it was Scotty.
I'm gonna make this world
Bullet machine.
Oh.
Stay on me. I'm the jump master.
Did you see how great I was? I did all kinds of really amazing moves.
Where's
Are you
everyone
listening?
going? So they got mostly gardens, by the looks of it.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock. We got
3.
near me.
Enemy shield broken. Keep calm, darling. We're already in fight with Frank. Minus one
See you
opponent.
around.
Enemy shield.
Supplies here. Arm up.
Enemy that away.
I need light ammo.
That way. You can.
Is this one team?
Frag out.
I think so. I think the other guys that had the AFK guy just like
Dipped.
dipped, yeah.
Did they really? Oh, he's just fully trapped out. Oh, no.
There's an enemy by me.
You know, those guys still there, I'm saying the other teams. There's only 2 teams.
Oh,
But
yep.
Oh, you +6 cracks.
Did this one go out the door?
One's right here. Right here. Yeah.
The same thing happened to two of my aunties, and they're fine.
Stinky.
Gassy boy.
Give my shield a recharge.
Let's do it. So we can probably
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. It'll increase fire rate for shotgun.
Oh, and a gold one.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 4. Thanks.
Healing. Watch my.
Now that keeps me up.
Care package incoming. Y'all earned this. Healing. Watch my back.
Spotted an enemy.
The guy actually like won out.
Loading.
Nah. Is it?
Yeah, he's coming up to me right now.
Oh, yeah.
Almost cracked. I dropped.
All in?
Oh.
Healing.
Damn. Yeah, I see it. I know her.
Got that promotion.
Rival right here.
Just crack on the ball. I don't know why he's not healing. Nah, frozen's there.
Up in the chimney.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming back to you.
Yeah.
Hold the group.
I'm getting. I'm legging it. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, we got him.
Taking shots here. Near me.
My ult. Oh, God. What up? Oh.
That was incredible.
So many teams. We're just constantly battling.
feel like that's the
Constant
problem with Olympus though. Like it's so easy to just quickly get to the next fight. Like if you hear a fight, right?
Yeah.
percent.
And then I feel like it's Storm Point, it's the complete opposite. It's like you hear a fight and it takes you like half the time to try and even get to it.
Run up a hill for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
World's Edge. Oh, World's Edge actually isn't too bad if you just kind of like know your rotations.
I'm gonna change my legend. Can't get the 10k today.
What are you at? Have you
I
got
got
to like
9 off.
9 more?
Yeah.
Alright.
Get my belt gold already. I know, Shiki. So close. So close. We are, I think, what are we? 131. Thing is I've also got to leave in like 30 minutes. I have to leave in 30 minutes as well. Or actually, yeah, I said 30 minutes. So I'm hoping we can get a win. And then I'll probably raid out. Because yeah, I've got to go get ready for work. Because yeah, I gotta start in an hour. I'm hoping I'll be able to get it soon because I just realized the time and I gotta leave in like 30 minutes.
Ooh, go work.
Yeah, I got work.
No.
Right, last game. We pop off. We get this.
We pop off. We win. We tie it all up.
Yep.
We win and we look sick doing it.
Hell yeah.
We've been gaining every game, but
Yeah.
no wins yet. So close. So
Just,
many close ones.
just so many third parties.
Yeah.
I think that's the main issue, is just trying to win some of our ones. Or for me, trying to win my ones.
Nah. I don't know. We're just kind of taking every fight, just like playing it. So we're not really like, oh, we don't have any loot. Let's leave. We're just like, another fight. Bring it on. Why not? Those are the funnest games. Fight every fight, win the game. Oh.
True.
Okay, think of another strategy. I am ready for anything.
Give them something to see.
Come on. Time to see if all those drills have paid off.
Introducing your champion.
Remember,
Howdy, Gary.
so don't forget the coolness factor.
Gary shitting on the floor again.
Yeah.
How dare you, Gary?
What? So Garrett's not actually dog.
Imagine. It's the man.
It's just a full Garrett.
Stop shitting on the floor, Gary. Where should we fly to?
Rethinking our strategy. How about moving there?
Do a little bit, cheeky. I'll do a little bit.
Right up there, way in the distance.
Go.
Go.
I have a charge rifle. I have a SMG.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I don't have a charge rifle.
Looking stylishly
Oscar
emo
Mike.
there. Thanks, Jason.
The ring's far, my friends.
Can you guys do me a favor and not come over to this?
Starting. Sandali lang.
No,
Come over.
no.
Come away.
I don't want you to see it. I don't want you to see it. I kind of ruined the Marvin.
Oh no, you
I got
didn't.
great.
The first legend falls.
Marvo, no.
Come
I'm
on.
premature.
Come
No, it's
on.
embarrassing.
What did you get out of it though? Question. What would it have been? Gold what?
Stock? No, yeah, I wish. I got a stock out of it, and it
A stock. Okay. Not the worst. Oh yay! This is a great zone for us. So.
Sorry, you can hear Daniel.
Ring movement in progress.
We'll be toasted by the ring if we don't move.
A little bit of Valve.
Level 2.
Who's your main in Valorant?
Fine.
Do you play it?
No. I've tried. I don't like it. I can't. It's just so slow paced. I don't think he mains anyone either. He doesn't play very often.
Yeah.
He sort of just plays when
Yeah.
Line up for supplies here. I'm up.
Care package being delivered.
Care package on its way.
Alright. We might have to make our way to zone.
Copy that.
Where is it?
It's around the world.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think.
you were being sarcastic before about our zone.
Yeah, it's like the worst.
I was looting, vibing. I thought we were like absolutely chilling. Hands up.
No, it's like such a bad day. I think we should get in the car and like drive around the back of the map actually.
Yeah, getting to try it.
Get in, but no, I'm not driving. I'm a woman. Someone else drive.
I'm a go driver.
Alright, too
They call me
easy.
Baby driver, actually.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Cry.
Got your 6. Let's do this.
Got your 6. Oh, we've got some friends already.
Alright.
Oh, whatever you do, do not bail on the car.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye, Captain. Aye, Captain! He's a pineapple that is under the sea.
Quick, man. Quick, man.
You want to do a drive-by at the Eva house? Another squad coming in.
Give it him the chimney.
Don't worry, I like this.
Who's getting up? I'll get off. I'll get off.
Right,
No,
man.
you get off. You get off. Go right side. You go Ethan.
Nice, the shield up.
You drive, I'll shoot.
What?
Hold up. Lock down an upgrade. Got my upgrade, ladies.
Like, I want to get out to... Yeah, let's just get out here.
Thanks for the ride.
My stop. Over and out.
It's about to get pretty hectic out here.
Recharging my shield. Don't worry about me.
Great work.
That was
Alright.
just coordination. There's people running in front of us.
Oh no.
They know too. He leaked it.
They don't know how cracked we are.
Yeah,
though.
they know.
I can ult.
Oh yeah. They're like, they're trying to get a thing.
Already on my mark.
Great squad.
belt.
It's for that flashes.
Oh my, what? He's so low.
Let me roll around the back of the house.
Oh, he's so low. That's
Hold tight. I got your back.
Thank you.
No worries.
Medkit here.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Yeah.
Suddenly.
Optics here. Metering.
Give my
I'll let you down there. Sorry, Captain.
No. You didn't let anybody down.
You might have to
ring's not close. Hustle up.
just while you guys are
What's this zone looking like now?
Replicator coming down.
Yeah, they should leave. So I run all the way up. Oh wait, how far does that go up?
Healing. Watch my back.
Where's this last one down?
fun time to cry to mummy because we all just shout on them.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It is an Icarus kind of
Bloody Icarus. That's the res, bitch. That's
Spotted
the
an
last
enemy.
one.
There.
Yeah. Should grab these things to up our food.
1 minute. Rings near.
Behind you.
There's an extended supply bin here.
Oh yeah.
And then there's one.
Ooh.
For,
45 seconds and the
Phoenix
ring
kid
closes,
here.
my friends.
50% of the teams are down. Our odds keep getting better.
Take that.
Nice.
Ring close in 30. Nearly there though.
See, let me go to this bin, see what I can get.
The ring is near.
Supplies here. Arm up.
I need an extended heavy mag if any of you guys see such a thing.
yes, there is a blue one.
Yes.
Over there, I think. I just picked up a purple one. Yeah. Okay, don't quote me on that.
Oh, I found a purple one. Does
Extended
anyone
light
want
mag
this?
here.
Gold.
Good.
Alright, I do have evac. We can get ourselves a one way if we want to.
Cool.
We can just walk in.
I think we'll just walk it in.
This way.
But then there's
Air package incoming.
over us, wishing upon us to have a great day.
Thank you, Nessie. Our god. So, yeah.
The Nessie God.
Bow down to you,
Oh my gosh, being consumed by the storm. Nessie, no!
Shield battery.
No!
Nessie! Please! Alright. Do we take the high ground? Feeling like the right thing to do.
Extended energy mag here. Level 3. Optics here. Mid range.
Clear up.
Shield battery here. Knockdown shield here. Level 3.
Two make it too.
Medkit here.
Needs a make
Stay healthy.
Might grab it once I've gone and loaded down here.
Yeah, I've got enough to make it some bats.
Replicator touching down.
I got 7 bats.
Why did I go that way? The other way's literally in black. Oh my god. It's stupid.
Alright, next time. No.
Ring close in 1 minute.
Let's take this now.
Rethinking our
That's not
strategy.
it either.
How about moving there?
Yeah.
Let us explore.
First person to jump out the window wins.
Taking a bit to
I win.
My first no jump out sucks. Oh, Echo.
Oh.
45 seconds until ring
Oh,
close.
no.
Oh, Echo.
Oh. Oh no.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, I'm. Oh. Cracked. Yeah, it is.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Ripped up top here.
I am taking fire. I shattered it.
Oh.
You'll be alright. You got it.
That one's mine.
I'm gonna pop a penis and then I'll be
Pardon
out.
me, using a Phoenix kit.
Got an upgrade. Moving out.
Recharging my shield. One moment.
Give my shield a recharge.
Enemy shield broken.
Hey,
Reloading.
like this.
That way.
I haven't seen that. We could always try and fly over them.
I'm healing up.
Sure. I like
And
that.
get the other side of Icarus.
Yeah. Let's wait maybe.
Yeah.
Recharging my shields.
I'm spotted. Rings nearby.
Oh my.
How does cover so we can't get beams on them?
Give me a second. Recharging shields.
Probably he's going for.
Recharging shields.
Yeah, it's gonna be like target number 1.
Do you have your
This guy's flash. So low.
Reloading.
It's crazy low.
Enemy there.
Oh, there.
Oh, Alright, hit the zip now.
Oh, this now.
It's good, it's good. They're ready now. Yeah. Yeah. Then we're worried about it. He is ready to get me.
Alright, I'm gonna. Oh, I'm not with you.
Don't worry about me.
We are
I can get to you. It's all good. Yeah, I can get to you. It's all good.
They're finding something else at the moment.
no heartbeats found.
Problem is we are low ground. Do they have to jump off the wall?
Their zones, I'm pretty sure final zone is down like here. If I remember correctly. They will eventually.
Team Young as well. Both the Mustang.
I think there's advantage.
Shields are recharging.
Well, the team that's wall.
I think got half a second. What the hell?
Team wall's gonna be forced to like stand up on the wall of fire. Yeah, they're up here.
Rival over there. Wonder what the play is.
Oh, we got time. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
We are inside.
Taking fire. Give me a sec. Recharging shields.
Yeah. They're right here. Beam. They peek. Beam them. Beam horizon.
Give my shields a recharge.
Rival there.
I'm ulti again.
Already on my mark. Firing for effect.
Oh, they're gonna fly. Just see if we beam them off of it.
Yeah, they're gonna try and take it out as
Oh
well.
no, they took it out. They took it out. Yeah. They're putting up another one. That's why I got the
We are already inside the next room.
Recharging shields. Don't worry about me.
Yeah,
Alright,
easy
it's
goal.
gonna get weird. I'd love to stop this team to the left because they're gonna have to jump off the wall.
You said
Right. Yeah, they drop, they drop. I believe I'll make it. I don't have shields. Whoa.
Shields are recharging.
I don't know. Bro, why did they not push that other team? How did they not push that?
Where's this? I don't know. The last one must be like that. I don't know what it is. Did they let him full res up behind them? No way.
They must have.
Surely.
Yeah, it was one.
Where was he?
What? That made no sense. Alright.
Move for the game.
Oh, you gotta be dry.
Oh no.
580, 18 RP. That's alright.
No, dude.
That's unlucky.
So
That is so close. I know. So yesterday was 6. Oh, I had from silver 2 to silver 1. That's alright. I think still got decent gains today, like 475.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so that's pretty good.
Not bad.
Anyway, thank you for games. Appreciate it. GG's.
And you for the first time, Cal?
Yeah, it was fun.
GG's.
No worries.
Bye,
Alright.
guys.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Alright. I have to get out of here now. Who are we? I know Agent was so... I think, you know what? If we actually had that blood die and we got second, I would have easily had enough RP. I would have had enough RP to actually get into gold. But is what it is. I mean, there's not really much else I can do because I got to get out of here. I got to figure out who I'm going to raid. More importantly, actually, you know what? I might raid Gino. I might raid Gino because he's ranking. He's just solo ranking at the moment, and I don't think there's anyone else. Wait, who else? Wait, who else was I watching? Oh, right. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I know who we're gonna raid. She's currently doing a birthday stream. She just turned 22, so why don't we? I think what we might do is we might go show her some love. Or actually, she's got 92 at the moment. No, I think we might leave that for another day. Actually, yeah, no, let's raid Gino. I think we'll raid Gino because he's solo. He's been solo queue ranking, for a little while. So go show him some love. We love Gino. I think I did raid it actually. No, it was Scars I raid last time. Gino, yeah, raid Gino before the time before that. That's all right. All right.
You working today?
Hmm?
You working today?
Yeah. All right. Now I gotta get the song. Where is this song? I swear I can never find it. Where is it? Swear I can never find it. It's so annoying. Born for you. There we go. Alright. So, as always, my good friends. Let me raise up here. Alright. As always, if you guys do want to join the raid, first one for... Oh, wait. Wrong chat. Okay, he knows it's coming. That's alright. We'll do it quick. So yeah, first one for subs, second one for non-subs. If you guys do want to join, be sure to jump on the socials. Best way to stay up to date on anything inside, outside the broadcast. And yeah, my Discord and my Twitter is like my two most active, where I'm usually the most active. Thank you, boss. Appreciate that. Did I add the other one? I thought I added that other one, or maybe I didn't. I should get the command. I should check the logs and then make a command. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I need to go get ready for work. Let's go say hi to Gino. Like I said, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. But yeah, take care, stay safe, and I'll talk to you all very, very soon. Peace, chat.
Let it take me to that place.
I read Scars last time.
I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone.